Mark.
Hey, Phil.
See that comment on there? We got to jump on you, man.
You guys got up earlier than I did. Hi, Yami and Raul. Hi, William.
Morning, all.
Shabbat shalom, all.
Shabbat shalom.
I think William there.
You were breaking up.
I think William combed his hair today.
Yeah, I did. I actually did. It's been kind of a slow morning. Off to a slow start, but it's a good day, right? Good to be here always.
I hardly ever look like
Your mic keeps breaking up there, Phil.
I wonder what's going on. I think I have it gone off. So is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yami Raul, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good to see you guys always.
Same here.
Your husband was giving me a bad time the other night while you were asleep. Did he tell you?
No, I was not sleeping. Actually, I was behind the scenes.
Oh, you were.
I thought she was sleeping.
Prodding him, right? You were prodding him. Get after that guy. Get after him.
And it wasn't a hard time. I'm just trying to do it correctly.
I know, brother. I know, man.
He was tuning to Layla, so that's right.
It's Phil.
Yeah, Phil. It's us, Phil. And
Hi, Phil.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Okay.
Oh, here comes the real trouble right now.
Who?
The real trouble.
Marianne.
I know, yeah, Raul, I know it can get kind of confusing. I think one of the things that we weren't doing that we should have been doing was referencing more scripture instead of our own opinion.
We'll get it on the next Wise Guys.
We'll get it. Yeah, we'll get it.
I'm trying to up the volume, Mike, because we're on our laptop today since it's cold downstairs. So our loft is so much warmer than the downstairs that we decided to come up here.
Look,
Oh, there they are.
There's the spoon, the deadly
Hi,
spoon.
The deadly spoon.
Marianne.
Mom said real trouble, huh?
Yeah. Well, at least she didn't bring the iron skillet with her.
Yeah. Well, it's because she doesn't have one.
Oh, you took it from her.
Sure.
It's at 100%.
Yeah, I think.
Yummy. It looks like you have a guitar back there. You gonna play it for us?
Go.
Yeah, that's the guitar, and the clocker is right there. So, yeah, that's the guitar. The clocker is right there. So, this is the guitar.
I can't hear. The mic is on. You can talk.
Okay, I would have to get a. While we wait, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go with Psalm 150. Praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, He set up our place. Praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, He set up our place. Praise him with the blowing of the ram's horn. Praise him with the harp and lyre. Praise him with tambourines and dance. Praise him for his mighty acts. Praise Yah, praise all, praise Yah, he set up our place. Praise Yah, praise all, praise Yah, he set up our place. Praise him with string instruments and flutes. Praise him with sounding cymbals. Praise him with resounding cymbals. Let all that have breath praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Shabbat Shalom, Frank. It seems like you have a guitar there also.
I'm trying.
Uh-huh.
Maybe
I'm
you
just
can
wondering
share
why
something
Brother
with us.
William didn't jump in and start playing the drums.
I've been thinking about just going with the guitar because I got too many irons in the fire, so to speak, and that's been something that I really wanted to spend a lot of time getting involved in. You know, it's like anything else. If you don't do it, you just forget how to do it, and then you got to train yourself all over again. You know, and I know back in the 70s in our studio that we had some of the best guitars on the planet: gold top Les Pauls, Gibson 335s, Gibson SGs, Les Paul Juniors, just a whole bunch of stuff that the guys in the band played. And boy, I wish I had those today. I'm sure they're worth a lot of money today because they were the real deal, man. That was very cool. So maybe one of these days I'll pick it back up and just get involved in it. But I got so much going on, you know, like I said. But good morning, Frank. Toria, good morning, Sister Toria. I know Lou and Phyllis were here. Where'd they go? Good morning, Shelley. Good to see you.
Good morning, Shelley.
Good morning, Shelley.
Who else is there?
Good morning, Yami, Roll, William, Frank, Tad, Marianne,
Frank,
Phil, Victoria, Phyllis, Lou, wherever you are, Mark. That was beautiful, Yami. So
Okay.
lovely.
Circles.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm not sure if you heard me or not, Yami.
Yes?
I said, I think you have an absolute beautiful voice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You
Thanks,
do.
yeah, right? He gave me that.
I'm surprised you're not out on the stage somewhere.
No, I like to keep it kind of quiet. only for him and for my brothers and sisters.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know
Yes.
why my camera won't work. Hi, Frank. I get to see you finally, but you can't see me. If Mark doesn't mind, I'm going to get off. How do I don't know. I'm on an iPad.
No, Phyllis.
Oh.
That's Phyllis, isn't it?
Oh, because when she's in the iPad, she has some issues, I think.
You should tell them the story about the first time they hired you to play guitar and they asked you to play la
Hey guys, did you just notice in the chat there, Birdman Collins? Hi everybody, I'm Mark's brother. We didn't know you had a brother there, Mark. And just a quick question there, Birdman, are you bald like your brother?
Oh, in the chat there is
Yeah.
Mark's brother?
It says that.
I don't know how to make my camera work.
No. No, you're not his brother, or no, you're not balls.
But I don't know because we've been in the tablet and we can turn on the video fine.
Yeah, well, she's having a problem. I'm trying to get into the chat.
Should I mirror my camera or just hit front camera?
He's got hair. Okay, you're safe. You're safe, brother. I'll back off.
I think front, Phyllis. I think. I'm not 100% though. I'm not used to iPads.
After Dad. Okay, gotcha, brother. Appreciate that, man.
Well, I'm going to try the back. Does that help? Can you see me in the... Well, if Mark doesn't mind, I'm going to leave again. Okay.
Now we still have people trickling in here. So we'll give it about 5 more minutes. And we'll get started. Y'all can go ahead and talk if you want. Hey, James, here, man.
If it's any consolation, Phyllis, I was up till 2 a.m. getting my audio set up on this new laptop that's so unintuitive. It's ridiculous. And this isn't even an Apple. It's just a cheap HP.
Phyllis having problems logging in.
It's just her camera. Do you know anything about that, Mark? With iPads?
I don't know nothing about iPads.
iPads?
I think that
I don't remember this guy.
she was on last night on that iPad. I could see her.
Yeah, we could hear her too.
Yeah. Maybe that camera has to be turned on or something, Phyllis, or brought to the front, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe somebody can Google it for her and find out the iPad what's going on. Yeah, Naomi, just click on the link if you're wanting to come in and follow directions into the backstage, and I'll see you there, let you in. Then you got to make sure you turn off YouTube once you enter StreamYard. There you go, Phyllis. You did something earlier, and your little icon came up, and then all you had to do is turn on your camera. Then
Well, see, I'm turning off my camera now.
there.
That's my camera off. Then I want to turn my camera on.
Oh,
Well, I'll just sit here with it off.
yeah, we can hear you fine for sure.
Okay, that's great. But you can't see my beautiful face.
Unfortunately, we cannot.
That's what we came here for. I mean, come on.
That happened to us once with our iPad, and we had to go from one of the servers, you understand, to for it to work. I had to go to Chrome instead of Safari.
Oh, let me try that.
Yeah,
I'll back. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Chrome, yeah, that might be the right thing, Ro. Where's Lou at? Hear my bird? I got a bird too, Phil.
Very convincing.
Yeah, she's being quiet. I don't know why. You should call to her, see if she'll call to you. Oh, she will.
Where's Oakley?
He's right here hanging out. I've been home all week for spring break, and he can't figure out why I'm here. She keeps looking at me. Hey, okay, come here. Come here. Come here and say hi to everybody. There he is right there.
Doodles. Woohoo. I'll bring my Rupert over one of these days.
Yeah. He only barks trying to talk, so yeah, good boy.
Yeah, James has got hair. It must have been William asking him that. And my brother James there, he's got long hair like Cato. At least he did. I think he cut it. But I have 6 brothers actually. There's Phyllis. I can see her now. Ta-da!
Hi.
Whoa, all right, here we go.
I ended up doing it on Google. Chrome didn't work. Google worked. Thank you so much, Frank. I didn't even think about other choices.
The best spyware there is.
Lou is turning his computer on.
Okay. We get Lou in here. We'll get started.
Should I go tell him you're waiting on him?
Yeah, we said we're all waiting patiently on him. See that castle they got there? Phyllis has on her wall there. And I was over in Germany. I've seen a lot of them castles along the Rhine River, man. Unbelievable. It's almost like, how did the men make that? It's almost unbelievable that a man made such a building like some of them. It's just mind blowing how they could have done it.
Even the pictures of Germany before and after World War II with all the bombings that they've recreated. You know, you'd see 30 years later, it looks like nothing happened. It all got put back together almost exactly as it was. It's amazing.
Yeah, speaking of that, looks like we got another guitar player on the scene here.
Yeah, but with a sliced open index finger, and I'm mostly finger style playing and even holding a pick hurts. So next weekend I'll have some music for sure, I promise. Just the luck of the draw.
Cutting a tomato or something? How'd you cut your finger?
I don't know what I was slicing. I'm a UPS driver, and there's so many sharp anything and everything are touching all day long. Who knows how I get all these cuts in them?
He's trying to get on.
Okay. Well,
would you like me to get off? Because there's already
No. We will. We'll get off, and so Luke
At
can
the
come
end,
on.
we'll come back.
Then we'll come back on later. Okay.
I'll get off. Y'all can stay on.
I can get off.
I was going to say the same thing. We're all so loving. I'm just rock, paper, scissors. Anybody?
Yeah. I can actually ditch all of you and let you all have the day for yourself. And
yeah, I was going to say, did you say you'd get off, Brother Mark? What?
Yeah.
That kind of makes the whole point of this moot, doesn't it?
I don't know. If I could figure out how to do it, I'd let you take over for me, though. Let me see now.
Hi, Sister Naomi.
6, 7, 8.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom. Baruch atah.
2 openings.
Long, because it's little man's nap time, so he sleep completely until mommy's in there snuggling him. So
happened to Yami?
Probably at some point I'll have to.
They jumped off so that Lou could come in.
Oh, who else dropped?
Shelly.
Shelly.
Where'd you go, Shelly? Come back. Here's Lou.
All right.
All right.
I let him out of his cage.
There's where you went. I got you now.
You all wanted him so bad. I said, okay.
Jump back in, Shelly. There's still one more.
Shelly,
Put a
Yami,
video, okay.
somebody.
Hold on, honey.
Fill her up. Let's control our mics. And turn off YouTube if you still have it on.
Mark, am I echoing?
No, not at all. I'm not hearing any echoes. But we do have a new face on here, or a couple new faces. Let's go ahead and introduce yourself, Frank, and let us know a little bit about you, and give a testimony if you'd like, whatever you want to do.
How you doing, everybody? I'm Frank. Round Rock, Texas. I got into the whole Torah movement through a friend up in New York State had given me the 4th edition of Fossilized Customs in a little plastic bag with some other DVDs and some stuff. And I was fishing around trying to join a church before I even knew what that word was, and got totally frustrated going to all these circuses. And as soon as you walk in, the first thing you see on the altar is a drum kit. And, this isn't right. So I came on, what did that guy up in New York? He was wearing tzitzit, and, what was this guy doing? And so I'll look at this book that he gave me. And sure enough, in one day, like, just blew my hair back, and been on the obedience trail ever since, just getting more and more into it. So many thanks, Lou, that Fossilized Customs. I still have it. It's only about 80 pages, maybe the 4th edition. It's really grown.
Is that the one with the little footprints all over the cover?
No, this was a small paperback. I've got it on the shelf over here, but mostly been reading the newest one. It's there's so much in there.
Oh yeah,
it never gets old. It just, you find new stuff in it every time you open it up.
He has almost as many different book covers as he does editions.
You're only about 3 hours away from me.
Oh, all right. Where are you at?
I'm in Angleton, right outside of Houston, Texas.
Oh, okay.
I think that's 4 of us now for sure.
Oh man. Of course, I was looking at some used Ducatis online the other day too.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I had a sport bike before I moved down here, and I almost got killed just about every day up in New York State because you're just invisible, unless you have to drive so aggressively to get around people. It's like every ride turns into a race, and it just gets exhausting. It just, especially when you come home from work, whatever. Now you just gave yourself a huge adrenaline rush, and now you're running around for 3 hours in your living room just to calm down. It's
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm from California. I know all about that. People are crazy.
Now the roads here around Austin, though, with the huge overpasses. Oh man, now is where I want the bike. With get up at 6 a.m. on Sunday morning and just have the whole place to yourself.
What do you ride, a Ducati?
No, I had the last sport bike I had. It was Suzuki tried to make a 996. It was a 90-degree liquid cooled, fuel injected V twin. It was called TL 1000S, and really it was a fun bike. Maybe almost 500 pounds. It wasn't crazy light, but it had enough power to get your attention.
Yeah, I ride a GSXR 1000.
Oh, nice.
So it's like 500 pounds.
Yeah, but this thing never had enough power that, like most of the leader bikes now, you can drop any gear and just lift the front wheel even if you're at 100.
Yeah,
this wouldn't do that. It had a ton of torque as a V twin, but it just didn't have that crazy high end power. So, but boy, it moved out. Oh man, it
Phil's a
killed
rider
a chain
also.
every 5,000 miles. It would eat a chain. It was ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I bet.
And
Phil's also a rider.
Great. There's a bunch of used BMW, some of those 1000, a couple different versions, the RR, and then there's a less fairinged one that's more of a naked bike that looks pretty interesting. But I know that's a lot, but that's big trouble there. That's I could get hurt pretty quick. I've already broken my hip twice just mountain biking, so me and two wheels. I have a rough history. So
Yeah, I have that S1000. I've had 3 of them. They're awesome. I love that bike.
yeah,
So it takes a lot of discipline to ride it because it's got so much power, but it's all right. It weighs like 425, I think. So
yeah,
got carbon fiber wheels, so it just changes directions on a thought. So it's
yeah.
almost like it got AI on board. But
Here's one for you,
Yikes.
Phil. Can you see it?
Is that you, Toria?
yeah, cool.
Yeah, I'm on the track.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Was that Coda? Where's the track?
Willow Springs.
Oh, wow.
I'm actually passing a guy. You can barely see him behind me there.
Yeah, Coda.
Yeah,
I went to MotoGP in Coda a 3 years ago. Yamaha experience, a Yamaha M, because I have a Yamaha R1 too. And anyway, 650E, which is a biker online. He builds bikes, all this stuff. Anyway, he told me that when he was down there, they had 6 or 8 S1000, the carbon fiber framed ones, and 2 of them just sat there all day. He said if I had been down there, I could have easily ridden it. But they had a great time at Coda riding those bikes. They're 65,000, I think, each. But yeah, they're just the carbon fiber frame. He said is just so responsive to direction changes and agility. So definitely, it would have been a good time had I known about it. But I think that track's 500 a day to go do a track day there. So it's pretty expensive.
yeah. They open it up to cars too a couple times a year. If you want to take 3 or 4 laps, it's something like that, $300 or $500, something like that.
Yeah, Willow Springs has that too. They have 3 tracks actually.
Okay, guys, let's go ahead and give Naomi a chance. She's also a new face here. And Naomi, if you'd like to come on and introduce yourself and tell us a little about yourself, give us a testimony, whatever you want to do.
Sure. I'm Naomi, obviously. I live in Vermont. I just recently came to believe in Yahuwah within the last year. I tell everybody this, that the very same circus that I picked Christianity up in circa 1983 is the very same building that I dropped it back off in. Back then it was an Assemblies of God circus. Now it is a Calvinist shindig. And it started with hearing, actually behind the pulpit, one of the pastors, there are 3 pastors there, he read Psalm 68, Tehillim 68:4. And I said, he has a name. He has a name. And nothing has been the same since. And in July of this year, actually, I had ordered the BYNV, and Phyllis, I want to thank you because you had just gotten home from surgery and you prayed with me. I could hear that you were out of breath, and you prayed with me for my physical condition and for us to find housing. And the people at the circus that I was going to wouldn't even take 10 minutes, like they have this covenant that they make you sign. And I just knew that it was wrong, that the Father did not want me to sign it again. And he'd been giving me all sorts of messages, via the word. And in any case, I say all that to say that I was never part of that culture. Any circus that I ever went to throughout my life, I never fit in. And now I understand why, because I wasn't meant to fit in, and I know that I've been hearing my Mashiach's voice since I was about 4 years old, and now I know his name. And any suffering that we go through for that name is nothing compared to the eternity with him and the blessings that he does bring into our life. I read my daughter, so my children have I have 2 children that I was not supposed to have because of abuse as a child by a practicing Satanist who was living with my mom and my brother and I. And so the Father gave me these children anyway. And I try to take everything that I know that the enemy has meant for evil in my life. I know that Yahuwah has meant for good. So, for example, I'm very sick. I have Morgellons syndrome. But I look at it as I'm able to stay home with my children that I wasn't supposed to be able to have. You know what I mean? And so I'm able to obey him by teaching them and training them up in the way that they should go. And so that's kind of like, that's what it's at. You know, my life right now is about getting closer to him, because I know what day and age we're in. I knew it as soon as I heard that pandemic word. You know, I knew exactly what it was hitting for, because I had felt in my ruach for the last 6 years that time was short, and I kept telling people time is short, and you get used to seeing that glazed over like deer in headlights look, you know. And even within the circus, you know, culture, they just I would get that deer in headlights look, that I don't know what to say to this kind of thing, you know. So I just I'm blessed that I'm, you know, not a part of the delusion. And so that's really my focus in life, is just teaching my children the way that they should go, and preparing for, you know, the Yom of Yahuwah, and being ready for our bridegroom, you know, and trying to tell others along the way, you know, since I have come to faith, and certainly since I've been a part of the Natsarim life community, my mother has begun to proclaim the name of Yahuwah. So she dropped Christianity. And I was a practicing witch for a long time. I was an Okuden Reiki practitioner, as well as a professional tarot card reader. And the priestess that I was training under in her school, she's actually beginning to say the name of Yahuwah. And we had a discussion the other day in which, you know, what started it was her asking me to teach her what I know. And I told her that, you know, I'm new, but I'll teach her what I learn. And she said to me a couple days ago, I had been listening to the enemy a lot, like, you know, just feeling like I'm this wicked, lazy servant and I'm not producing any fruit. And then her name is Kat, and she said to me, Nay, I want what you have. And I just like started crying. I was like, that's what's supposed to happen. Like, we're supposed to be salt and light, and people are supposed to look at our lives and listen to us and want what we have. And that was just like, I told her, I said, Kat, with that one sentence, you just shut up the voice of the enemy in my head. So thank you, you know, like, anyway, so that's me in a nutshell. Like, I'm very hyper, and I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I love Yahuwah, and I love his word, and I love my babies and my husband. And that's all that matters to me, is serving him in whatever way that he sees fit.
Awesome. That's a great testimony.
Thank you, Naomi.
Love you, Naomi.
Love you guys too very much. Love you, Shelley.
All right. Thank you, Naomi. And thank you, Frank, for all that. And welcome. Hope to see you more often, every week, really. So let's go ahead and get started now. We're going to start a new study in Colossians today. And in this very powerful letter here, Paul really, I mean, he lays down some stuff here that you don't see in hardly any of the other letters. And it's really quite an eye awakener, really. He kind of addresses some of the problems here, like he does in all the other assemblies that's going on here. It seems like Gnostic belief is creeping in on this assembly. And I think this is why Paul gets so powerful with his interpretation of, if you will, of the secret of Mashiach and the knowledge of Yahuwah versus this Gnostic knowledge. And I think that's why we see this, but nevertheless, it's extremely powerful. He challenges them to examine their lives and to be transformed through the love of Yahusha. And to get away from this weird knowledge that's creeping into this assembly, which apparently is a Gnosticism type deal, you know. But anyway, we'll go ahead and get started on it. It's short. It's only 4 chapters to it, but I don't know if we're going to get out of chapter 1 today. This is so power packed. It's amazing, really. Hopefully we do, but 2's just as power packed as 1 is. So either way, we should all get a lot of insight. A lot of good things should come out of this study. Also, I'd just like to point out that there is a hymn in Colossians as well, and Paul adds a hymn to his letter here as well, and it's verses 15 through 20. Is an inserted hymn from Paul. So y'all may want to keep that in mind. Yami, you may want to write that down. Colossians 1, 15 through 20 is an inserted hymn. Okay. Who wants to start us out? Lots of interruptions here in chapter 1 for sure. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Go ahead, Phyllis. I saw you. Too late to take it back.
You beat me, Phyllis. Phyllis, go ahead.
Oh boy, I was hoping. I think Frank needs to read. Paul, an emissary of Yahusha, Messiah, by the desire of Yahuwah, and Timothy, our brother, to the Kadeshim in Colossus and true brothers in Mashiach, favor to you and peace from Yahuwah, our Father, and the Master Yahusha Mashiach. We give thanks to the Yahuwah and Father of our Master Yahusha Mashiach, praying always for you. Having heard of your belief in Mashiach Yahusha and of your love for all the Kadeshim, because of the expectation that is laid up for you in the Shamayim, of which you heard before in the word of truth of the Besorah, which has come to you, as also in all the world it is bearing fruit and growing, as also among you, since the Yom you heard and knew the favor of Yahuwah in truth, as you also learned from Epaphras, our beloved fellow servant, who is a true servant of Mashiach on your behalf, who also declared to us your love in the Ruach. No? Okay. That is also why we, from the Yom we heard, have not ceased praying for you and asking that you be filled with the knowledge of his desire and all wisdom and Ruach-like understanding, to walk worthily of the Master, pleasing all, bearing fruit in every good work, and increasing in the knowledge of Yahuwah, being empowered with all power according to the might of his esteem, for all endurance and patience with joy, giving thanks to the Father who has made us fit to share in the inheritance of the set-apart ones in the light, who has delivered us from the authority of darkness and transferred us into the reign of the Son of his love, in whom we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins, who is the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation.
Okay, hold up right there if you don't mind. Okay, so I just wanted to let that roll because it's kind of in a way, it's just a long salutation, isn't it? And then he just kind of breaks out of it in the last few verses there. But what is, we go back up here to 4 saying, having heard of your belief in Mashiach Yahusha and of your love for all the Kadeshim because of the expectation that's laid up for you in the Shemayim. What is that? What's the expectation laid up in the Shemayim? Anybody? Somebody? Go ahead, Troy.
It's been predestined. It's already been set up.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's the word of truth.
What's our expectation? What are we all doing this for? What are we doing?
Eternal life.
What is it?
Eternal life and the love of Yahuwah.
And the eternal life through our immortal bodies.
Through obedience.
So our expectation is laid up for you in this because of the expectation of receiving new bodies.
To be reconciled back into Yahuwah.
To be reconciled back, restored, if you will.
Well, we can get an eternal body, but I don't know. For me, that wasn't actually the original purpose. The original purpose for me was when I came into the truth was to acknowledge Him by living the way that He wanted me to live. You know, coming into that understanding and learning to walk as He walks. That's the goal. It was the goal for me. Everything else is just added to that.
Immortality didn't come into play at all, William.
That's one of the gifts He gives us. But when you start to see the truth and you understand what He was calling us to originally, that's the path that I had to learn how to walk in first. And that was coming into understanding of what His true character and nature is and what His expectation for us is when we start to walk in his path. Okay. All the gifts or all the things that He talks about that we're going to have when we get to go into the Shemayim and be with Him wasn't really the goal for me. It wasn't to achieve those things. It was more just to achieve the ability to walk and put on His character and share that word with other people. You know, all that other stuff's great. Don't get me wrong, it's great. But like I mentioned last week, I'll be the trash truck driver, or I'll be the guy cleaning up, you know, with a mop or whatever. But it was more just to walk and acknowledge the things that had been stolen from us, that He's giving back to us through the Bashar as we start to wake up and recognize what He really had for us. Okay.
Yeah, like that truth.
All of that, Phil. All of that. That's me.
Me too. When you said that, that's that truth, that this foolishness that has gone on is just, ever since I was little, I always asked questions of why, and so that was in me from the beginning, I think, like it says here, or like you said, predestination, Toria. I know people argue against that, but maybe it's the predestination of the first resurrection and not the complete set of resurrections. I don't know, but exactly. And the eternal life is you would only want eternal life if you had these things that you're searching for. If it's going to be the same as it is now, you probably wouldn't want eternal life. I don't know.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I wanted to share this in consideration of my sweet sister, Naomi. I just wanted to be accepted. I was so abused as a child. I just needed to be accepted by somebody that I knew was big enough to take care of me. That's all I wanted. And then when I found out that all I had to do was believe and do His commands, which I never was taught until my sweet husband taught me to keep the commandments. I never even, in fact, I even made fun of him. I said, Why would I want to do that? But that's where you get total, complete acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Phyllis. And you're right on the money with that, you know. Just a side note, you know, Yahusha meant what he said, and he said what he meant. And when he talked about that millstone, you know, when you do something to a child that sends them away from the Most High, people I don't think realize the complete ramifications of that, you know. But what happened to me from the age of 5 until almost 7 affected my entire life, and I am grateful to Yahuwah every single day because his love never fails. You know, not only was I practicing witch, I was a gang member, I was a prostitute, all the things that this is how he loves us. All the things that I judged, I became, and I wasn't accepted in any of those arenas. And yet here is our Father in the Shamayim who loves us anyway, and who just is waiting for us to, you know, to get our, as my friend Kat says, our cranial rectal inversions, you know, and listen to his voice. And for me, that expectation is an eternity at his feet. You know, that's the expectation that's laid up for me. No more tears, no sadness. I look forward to the Yom of Yahuwah because he's going to make everything right, you know, for every single person who was turned away from the Most High as a child, you know, by whatever means. He's going to make that right. And so those comments about the millstone, you know, let us know that he's really serious about that. And it makes me mindful every day of how I talk to my children and the things that I allow them to be exposed to.
Anybody else? This says, because of the expectation that is laid up for you in the Shemayim, expectation is something you're waiting on. You're looking forward to something. You're expecting it to arrive at some point. Okay. And so that would be our immortal bodies, our new bodies, so that we can live forever with Yahuwah. Okay. So let's move on down. Unless anybody has any comments left on that. Let's move on down then to 9.
Shelley had something to say.
Go ahead, Shelley.
She wanted to say something.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Just listening to everybody, the expectation is what everybody's talking about, I think, also along with what you stated, Brother Mark. It's the expectation of no longer walking with the abuse and no longer walking with the darkness and no longer walking with the hatred and the divisions. And we are able to take what we have here on Shabbat and have it with our brothers and sisters without all of the darkness. And that's just a beautiful expectation to know that we will be renewed in our bodies as well. And our walk will be with him for eternity, and no more tears.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
We can think of expectation as waiting on his second coming. But right below that, where it says that is laid up for you, it means it's stored in somewhere waiting to be given to you. Okay. As Toria was mentioning, that it's already there. Because you're expecting something that's laid up, it means it's already there waiting on you to be given to you. And it's hidden in the Shemayim. Okay. So it's no doubt this is your immortal body. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Their names are written in the scroll of life according to Malachi, perhaps.
Ah, there you go. That could be too. Your name written in the Sefer of life too. It could be. Anybody else? Any thoughts on it? Okay. let's look down at 9. That is also why we from the Yom we heard have not ceased praying for you and asking that you be filled with the knowledge of his desire and all wisdom and Ruach-like understanding. What is Ruach-like understanding? Somebody?
I see it as seeing the world like through the view of Yahuwah's lens, like through the view of his word. You know, he gives us what I call quickenings, but it's mainly through his word. It's not like this voice in your head that tells you, hey, this way, this thing is this way, but rather looking at things around you and seeing them through the lens of the word. For example, like my hometown is well known for LGBTQ, you know, everything. We were the first town in the country to have a civil union. And back in the day, I looked at it like that was a great thing. It was liberating. It was, you know, progressive. And now I look at it and I see it as sad and abhorrent. And so I think, a Ruach-like understanding of it now, that they're in darkness and they're lost and they're not progressive. They're headed to destruction and they don't know it.
Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, a lot of it reminds me of the exhortation to come out of her, my people, and to leave. You know, when he returns, will he find the belief? So it's shedding the whole Roman mindset of romantic love versus actual Hebraic love. So if we lose all our writings, what do we still have? What if we're in a prison camp and you've got none of your reference material? What can you tell your neighbor, your brother about the faith? What do we really? That's where it all has to be, is inside of us. And you know, love is a verb. It's not a mental picture or description. Anyway, that's
that would be giving them the expectation of what's been placed in us, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Well, that's why we would have that joy in that moment to share that with them.
Yeah, but to take it from the conceptual to the actual physical, to literally loving our neighbor as ourself, and not just
that's
thinking
good.
nice things about stuff. But
that's good, Frank. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking, like you would say, Mark, think with the Ruach instead of with your flesh. We have the mind of the flesh, but we also have the mind of Yahuwah, or the Ruach, and so we can use his filter and guidance.
I would say that you're spot on. That's what I was thinking too. So if we have Ruach-like understanding, then we're like-minded with Yahusha. We're letting Yahusha do the thinking for us, basically. This could also be spiritual insight into things like what a parable really is talking about, the spiritual insight, or the opposition to literal or fleshly, which is spiritual minded, this kind of situation here. But then if we back up, then keeping that in mind right there, and back up on that same sentence, it says, and asking that you be filled with the knowledge of his desire. What's that? In all wisdom, the knowledge of his desire in all wisdom. What is that? Is that different than Ruach-like understanding? Since he's separating the two concepts, must be. So what is that? And go ahead, Shelley.
Honestly, that's something I'm still learning and growing in, but I take it as knowledge of his desire. His desire is for us to know him completely. And so that's what I'm learning each day, is who he is, learning his desire in all things.
to know him and to pursue to know him. I can see that, and I agree with that. Anything else? Anybody? And that's going to be filled.
Luke put something up on the chat that I think needs to be added in here. Can you read it?
In the private chat?
Yeah.
Who says, we have the perception of Yahusha, a shared mind that sees things from his perspective. That would be Ruach-like understanding, right, Lil? Awareness of the importance of obedience, the knowledge of his commands, asking that you be filled with the knowledge of his desire in all wisdom. So the knowledge of his desires for us to be obedient, and the knowledge of the depthness, we'll say, of his commands, what they really are, what they mean. There are marriage vows. They teach us how to love. The first 4 teach us how to love Yahuwah. The remaining 6 teaches us how to love our fellow man. This type of insight or knowledge within the 10 Commandments, what they really are and what they really teach, right? And so, yeah, that's definitely fits right there. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? I think we lost somebody. Naomi.
She said she might have to leave.
Oh, okay. All right. We have another position open, window open if anybody wants to come in. Yami, you want to come back? Or Rebecca or somebody? Anybody? All right. Yeah. So I think that, yeah, we got that, those two, I think we hit on them. Does anybody else got any other thoughts on them other than what's already been shared? Okay. So let's go down to the following verse. It says, to walk worthily of the master, pleasing all, bearing fruit in every good work, and increasing in the knowledge of Yahuwah, being empowered with all power. Anybody want to take a stab at that one? What's that telling? What's that mean? Notice how Paul's hammering knowledge here of Yahuwah. Okay, because why? Because he's up against what's infiltrated this assembly, somebody who's been teaching them the proto-Gnostic and syncretic type views or practices other than what's been taught to them by Paul and other emissaries. And so this is why he's saying you're seeing knowledge quite a bit here, because he's trying to pound it into their heads that the true knowledge is the knowledge of Yahuwah. That's what's going on right here. So with that in mind, then increasing in the knowledge of Yahuwah, being empowered with all power, what's that telling us? And being pleasing all, bearing fruit in every good work. And we've seen the message he's given these people that are being influenced by Gnostics. Y'all know what Gnostics is? Should we define Gnostic? Let me look in my little glossary here. See if I can find Gnostic. I'm not sure if it's in here or not. The definition of yeah, it's here. So here it is. Here's the definition of Gnosticism. Okay, a term covering a wide range of religious thought in the first few centuries after Mashiach, It originated in paganism, but adopted by many others. Elements first century elements and become a major threat to Natsarim. In general, Gnosticism held that Ruach is good, all matter is evil. Salvation consists in deliverance of the Ruach from matter, and salvation is achieved by means of a secret or higher knowledge. Gnosticism, as applied to the God head and to Christology, held the following: the supreme God was transcendent and unapproachable, but from him came a series of progressively more inferior emanations called aeons. The lowest of these aeons was Yahuwah. The Messiah is one of the highest aeons. Since all matter is evil, Messiah was a spirit being only and had only an apparent body. This is from the doctrine of Docetism. Or some taught that Messiah was a spirit being temporarily associated with a man, Yahusha, who died. These Gnostic views on the God head were opposed by Yehukanan in his writings and by Paul in Colossians. So there you go. There's your definition. Makes sense. So they had some really weird ideas, didn't they? So this is what Paul's combating with here and what he's confronting. This has infiltrated into this assembly so that you see the theme, so we know what we're talking about here. Okay, so with that in mind, then, to walk worthily of the master, pleasing all, bearing fruit in every good work, and increasing in the knowledge of Yahuwah, being empowered with all power. So where's Paul getting at?
Ephesians 5, maybe.
You want to read it?
Yeah, Ephesians 5:1. Become then imitators of Yahuwah as beloved children, and walk in love as Mashiach also has loved us and gave himself for us, a gift and an offering to Yahuwah for a sweet swelling fragrance. If we're gonna come into his truth and his knowledge, then we're going to start to put on his character. And then as we start to put on his character, then we start to look exactly like what Paul is talking about here, to walk worthily of the master, pleasing all, bearing fruit in every good work, which only can come from him, and increasing in knowledge, which also could come from him, in the knowledge of the truth, okay, and the knowledge of the Father. We have to put his character on.
And go ahead, Shelley.
Thanks for bringing Ephesians 5:1 into it. I want to start every day with that. But I just see his armor, in this, when bearing fruit in every good work and increasing in the knowledge of Yahuwah, being empowered with all power. That's his armor, how I see it. And we need him right here at the front in every second, every breathing moment of the day. He is our everything. He is our wisdom. He is our thoughts. He is our words. He is our actions, if you have him at the forefront. And that is going to increase our knowledge of him, and we will be empowered with that power, which is so necessary, especially in these last days.
Yeah, and so that we're moving on then with, we're walking with the continuation work of Yahusha and the true pattern of Yahusha. We're imitating him. We are, then, it says to walk worthily of the master, pleasing all. So we imitate him. We walk as he walked, and we continue his work. It's not our work. We're not doing some other type of work. We're continuing his work, okay, in which he helps us and guides us and teaches us as he indwells us. It's not us doing it anyway. It's him. And so we bear fruit in all the good works that Yahusha does, because we're just continuing his work. It's not some different work we're doing. It's the master's work that we're continuing in his absence. But he's not letting us do it on our own, because we can't. We can only do it with his help, with his indwelling Ruach. That's why it's still his works. He's not changing up, man. He's continuing walking his, and saying his words and doing his works through us, okay? And so we bear the fruit of the Ruach in us and increasing in the knowledge of Yahuwah by doing what we're doing, and also being taught by Yahusha, and then being empowered with all power to do the same miracles and gifts and bear the same fruits as Yahusha did, because it's not us doing it, it's Yahusha doing it. All we need to do is get out of his way and allow him to continue to live his life in our earthly bodies, because he sacrificed his so that we can be reconciled back to Yahuwah. So therefore now he needs to use our bodies to continue his work. So we get out of his way and let him do it. Okay. So a lot of the gifts and the fruits that are seen coming out of those who are Ruach filled are actually the works and the fruits of the Ruach HaKodesh in us or in them. Anybody else got anything else about it? Any other opinion? Or go ahead, Lou.
Mic off. Ultimately, this Gnostic thing is far older than the first few centuries after Yahusha. It's actually the idea that you mentioned earlier, that there's a difference between the spirit realm or the non-physical realm and the physical realm, and that the physical realm is imperfect. Well, yes, that's the core basic foundation of the concept, but it goes all the way back to the Hinduism, because they believe that in order to escape the physical realm, instead of, the Nimrod thing where Nimrod is reborn as Tammuz and then reborn as something else on a different level. It's all going back to Hinduism and Nimrod land, because the idea that you escape this cycle, or the wheel of, what is it called? The wheel of samsara or something they call it in Hinduism. It's right there in the, right around the obelisk of Caligula in Rome. The wheel is being shown to you, the Hinduism. And this cycle of being reborn and then dying and coming back as something better or worse, or a better condition, has everything to do with how you live your life today. Well, in order to escape that, you have to consider the chakras, the serpents that are going up the spine, when they're doing the yoga thing. Well, that is emblematic of reaching nirvana, which is nothingness. And that is the escape, so that you get depicted as blue-skinned people, the ascended beings. And that's what the blue skin represents, the color of the sky. That's why Hinduism is showing you their deities with blue skin. They're the ascended beings. They were once human, and then now they're divine. And this escape is the core of the whole teaching of Gnosticism. Some kind of knowledge is being achieved so that you can escape. And that's nirvana. That's where you go, bing, at the top. I just wanted to point that out because it's so picturesque.
Anybody else? Any thoughts on this? See it any different way? You think we're cuckoo?
I think that the more we increase in our knowledge of Yahuwah, the more we know about his desires, the more Ruach-like understanding we will have, the more fruit we will produce, and the more we will be walking worthily. You understand? The more we know about what he desires and what he wants, the more we're going to want to pursue that. And then naturally, a natural, not consequence, but a natural like effect of us increasing in knowledge is having that Ruach-like understanding, is bearing that fruit, and is walking worthily.
So our goal should be just to know Yahuwah and pursue to know Yahuwah, and then we live according to Yahuwah's knowledge, not our own. See, men's knowledge only hurts people. Trying to chase men's knowledge only seeks to put ourselves above others and to control others, subdue them, hurt them in whatever way. Our wicked minds tend to want to do it. But when we seek Yahuwah and pursue the knowledge of Yahuwah and get to know Yahuwah and pursue the knowledge of Yahuwah, and then we live with through Yahuwah, we let Yahuwah take over, and the only knowledge we need to know is the existence of Yahuwah, really. And then the Yahuwah does everything through us. And his knowledge is good for people. It doesn't seek to harm. It seeks to help and do good to people. So if our knowledge is hurting someone else, then we're just using men's knowledge. You know, we want to be above others, not have others before us, but others before us. That's what Yahuwah's knowledge teaches us, is to put others before ourselves, or at least love others as ourselves. Okay, we seeing that? So we got to make sure we're understanding men's knowledge versus Yahuwah's knowledge and what Yahuwah's knowledge truly is. It's not our knowledge, it's Yahuwah's knowledge. We just believe in his existence and let it roll. Unless you think you're smarter than Yahuwah, then I suggest later on today, maybe, start talking to him and letting him know how much smarter you are than him. Like Job, you remember what he told Job? Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earths? If you're so smart, tell me how I did this and how this was. So we don't want to get caught up in that. At least I don't. Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts on this?
That's where that pride is a very dangerous thing. The more you know, the lower you must go, instead of thinking you know all, for sure, like Job.
Yeah. So knowledge puffs up and love builds up. So instead of murdering people with our knowledge or wielding that two-edged sword and cutting them and us to pieces, right? We show them love and let them think they're smarter than us, even if they're not. That's love. We don't have to prove to them we know more than they do. Let them have it. Come back a couple weeks later and witness to them about something that they were wrong on. And they probably forgot that they were bragging and acting all prideful about it anyway, and then they'll learn something. But if you continue to argue with them at that moment, you're going to lose them. Go ahead, Phyllis.
because you mentioned Job, I just wanted to give a very big thanks to Yahuwah that he doesn't hold us accountable for our arrogance either.
Yeah. Yeah, we all make mistakes. And it's a learning curve too. We learn when to talk and when to listen. You know, it's through the Ruach. He teaches us that. I know I used to, when I would first begin in the way, man, I used to butcher people, man, with that two-edged sword of knowledge. I'd let them have it, buddy. You know, arguing every little thing, you know. And then I learned to stop doing that and listen more than argue. It's probably why Yahuwah gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? We're supposed to listen twice as much as we speak. Anybody else got any thoughts on this? Knowledge of Yahuwah versus the knowledge of men, which is what Gnosticism is. It's the knowledge of men. Men think they're smarter than other men. Everybody battles for who's the theologian, or who's this big scholar in the crowd, right? Who can use the biggest words and make everybody not understand what they're saying, which is kind of counterproductive in a way. Because why would you want to speak in a way that people can't understand what you're saying? Then you're just speaking to yourself, which means you're just puffing yourself up with your own knowledge, which makes you a narcissist of sorts. You see? So this verse, basically what this is describing in short, is the knowledge of Yahuwah versus the knowledge of men. Anybody else? Okay, so being empowered with all power means that we can't do it on our own. We have to have the Ruach in us, guiding us and helping us and teaching us. We can't do it under our own power. We have to be empowered by the Ruach, okay, to even start. All right. Okay, so let's go down to these next verses is going to get deep, you guys. So let's talk about them in depth here. All right, so here it goes. According to the might of his esteem, for all endurance and patience with joy, giving thanks to the Father who has made us fit to share in the inheritance of the set apart ones in the light, who has delivered us from the authority of darkness and transferred us into the reign of the Son of his love. Okay. All right. Anybody got any idea what Paul's talking about? I would just like to just say this real quick off the top of my head, and then give you guys time to digest this and think about it. Where it says the set apart ones in the light. Okay. What I'd like for us to see here is Yahusha's light. Okay. The devil likes to masquerade as Yahuwah. He tries to imitate Yahuwah. And so since Yahuwah is light, then Satan wants to be the sun. That's the greatest light source that we can see with our carbon eyes. Go ahead, Toria.
Oh, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Oh, okay. So the devil is the sun. This is a great light source for him. He's a masquerader of light. And so he uses the sun to masquerade as the light. Yahuwah, being the light, gives us the image, if you will, of the menorah. And so the 7-branch menorah is a symbol of his light to us. It's a light for our path. The devil, who is masquerading his light by using the sun, the carbon sun that we can see with our carbon eyes, has created his counter image, which is the cross, which represents the light, the sun. See? And so now we have the devil masquerading as the light. So we have to determine the counterfeit light from the true light, and be aware of how Satan is trying to pull people in to his masquerading light, which is sun worshiping with the crooks as a symbol. And if you think that sounds silly, open your eyes, because a vast majority of the population in the world is following that masquerading image of Satan. They're worshiping the sun, Satan, and the cross. So he's doing a pretty good job as masquerading as the light. Are we seeing that? And even his followers, the children of darkness, are masquerading as workers of light, but they are not. The children of light is the true light, or the true workers of light. The ones have been born again with water and ruach. You see how Satan mimics? And it works. So let's take a look at just a couple verses here real quick. Go back to 2 Corinthians. Let me remind you all of this. 2 Corinthians, and I'll get to you, Tori, hang on. 2 Corinthians 11:14 says, and we'll back up to 13, or let's back up to 12. And I shall go on doing as I do, in order to cut off the occasion from those desiring occasion, so that in that which they boast, they might be found also as we are. For such are false emissaries, deceptive workers, masquerading as emissaries of Mashiach. And no wonder, for Shaitan himself masquerades as a messenger of light. It is not surprising then that his servants also masquerade as servants of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. Y'all probably remember that. So that's pretty much just saying what I just tried to say. Okay, and then let's take a look there. This is why we're in 2 Corinthians to 4:4. So go to 2 Corinthians 4:4. In whom the mighty one of this age has blinded the minds of the unbelieving, so that the enlightening of the Basora of the esteem of Mashiach, who is the likeness of Yahuwah, does not shine on them. For we do not proclaim ourselves, but Mashiach Yahusha the Master, and ourselves your servants for the sake of Yahusha. For Yahuwah, who said, let light shine out of darkness, is the one who has shone in our hearts for the enlightening of the knowledge of the esteem of Yahuwah in the face of Yahusha Mashiach. You see that? So we have to be aware, through the knowledge of Yahuwah, of the masquerades, the fake things that the devil is doing, in order to make us think we're in the light, and we are not in the light. We are in the darkness if you follow him. So everybody seen the comparison? Yahuwah, the true light, the sun. The menorah, the symbol of Yahusha. The crux, the symbol of the sun, the light, as far as the devil goes. And then the children of light masquerading as emissaries of Mashiach, and the children of light operating with the knowledge of Yahuwah and not the knowledge of men. The children of darkness operate with the knowledge of men. That's why they want to be above you and dominate over you and rule over you, like the Nickelodeons do. Okay? All right. So with that all in mind, go to Psalms 119, 105. This is important to understand. 119, 105, I believe. Says, Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. Seeing that? So this is, look at 130 now. 119, 130. Let's just go ahead and hit this. This is important. So 130 says, the opening of your words gives light, giving understanding to the simple. Okay. And then keep all this in mind and go to Isaiah 8, verse 20. It says, darkness results in ignoring the word. You see that? Because it's the light. It's what we just learned in 119. So darkness is a result from ignoring the word and following the false light, the masquerader. Okay? So go to Isaiah. See, that's what 119 just taught us. Darkness results from ignoring the word, man, because the word is the true light. So if you go to Isaiah now, see, Isaiah 8:20. Isaiah 8:20 says, to the Torah and to the witness, if they do not speak according to this word, which is the light, it is because they have no light of dawn. They have no light of dawn. They're darkness. They're just faking the light. They're using an imitation, a carbon light called the sun. Okay? And they shall pass through it hard pressed and hungry. This is for the ones that the darkness results from them ignoring the word and following the false light, right? So the ones that are doing this, in verse 21 says about them, and they shall pass through it hard pressed and hungry. And it shall be when they are hungry that they shall be wroth and curse their sovereign, which is Yahuwah, and their Elohim, or their sovereign and their Elohim, looking upward. As they're looking up at Yahuwah, they're going to be cursing him because they have no light of dawn in them. They're not going by the word, the true light. They're going by the false light, the devil's fake light. And they shall look to the arets and see distress and darkness, gloom of hard times, and be driven into thick darkness. You see it now? Who? The ones that are following the fake light. And there's a lot of people following it. The world follows it. Only those that are awake aren't following the true light. Okay? I hope everybody's picking up what I'm laying down there. Let's go back to 1 Colossians then and talk about it. So let's hear it again now that we've got that knowledge. Being empowered with all power according to the might of his esteem, for all endurance and patience with joy, giving thanks to the Father who has made us fit to share in the inheritance of the set apart ones in the light, who has delivered us from the authority of darkness and transferred us into the reign of the Son of his love. All right. Anybody got any thoughts on this now? I'll open it up and see what y'all think. And powerful stuff, isn't it? Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to say 13 is so amazing. He who has delivered us from the authority of darkness, he has removed us from that. He has separated us from that flesh. And he has now transferred us into the reign of the Son of his love. He has marked us. And that verse is just so amazing.
What's he marked us with?
The Mashiach, his love, with the Ruach.
Right. So in the Mashiach, which is in you, are hidden all the treasure of Yahuwah's wisdom and knowledge. So we can't find it through men's teachings. It has to come from Yahusha, who is in you. The secret of the ages, Mashiach in you. That's where it's at, folks. It's all hidden in the Mashiach, all the treasure of wisdom and knowledge. We're going to learn more about that when we get to chapter 2. Go ahead, Naomi.
There we go. Try to get my mic to work. This makes me, reminds me of a couple of conversations that I've had with my mother and with others about, one thing that I was taught as a Christian is that the world, they use the verses talking about how the world would hate him, and because they love darkness rather than light. And I told my mother to think about it, I've gone into one store and seen a tea towel with this saying, and gone into another Dollar Tree and seen a sticker with the same saying that says, say your prayers and wash your hands because the J-man and germs are everywhere. So if the world really hates him, why is his name everywhere? Why can I go to Walmart and get books with his name, devotionals, even Bibles with his name, but I can't find Yahuwah's name anywhere at all? I'm not going to go into Runnings and see a tea towel that proclaims the name of Yahuwah in some cute way, but certainly the J-man, I think my husband's somebody's trying to call me. But, oh yes, on that note, guys, I need to let you go or leave for a moment because my husband is calling.
Okay.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay. Go ahead, Shelley.
I was having a similar thought that Naomi was having as far as the world. Whatever, when you were reading all of those scriptures, it was just wow, wow, wow. And darkness is a result of ignoring the word is the biggest one. Because I think he being the enemy, and I don't ever like to say his name, he has been the mastermind at. And it's a conundrum in my head. I haven't been able to completely work it out just yet, but it's similar to what Naomi was just saying. He's got a large group of people that despise the CHURCH, and they're not even understanding that that's actually, worship of him. But just that bit of despising also keeps them from getting to the truth, to Yahuwah. And I just reading everything. I was reading earlier this morning in Yashayahu, I think, and it made me think of what I was reading, where Yahuwah he said something to the effect of, I'm here, here I am. I'm not even like calling to certain ones or something to that effect. I can't remember exactly, but it is that everybody's eyes are so much on the darkness, that they do love the darkness more, and he's everywhere, whether he's calling to you or not, he's there. And it is just a very simple understanding once you do start walking in his word, how much it is the enemy that is lying to you and hurting you and not being obedient to the truth. That is not what hurts you. That is what saves you, for sure. Something to.
I'm going to come back to your comments here in just a second. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know how many weeks ago it was, but Brazil had this huge thing where they had this parade where they were worshiping Hashatan, and he was actually dragging an actor that was portraying the J-Man. And about 2 days later, they had torrential floods and just destroyed the whole place. So Hashatan's going to be able to do miracles through the J-Man's name to convince the whole world that that is truly the one we should be following. So it's going to get very tough because a lot of people, that edified the fact that that J name is powerful. So he's going to be able to perform all these signs and wonders in that name to make people look upon us with even more disdain in using the true word. And many will be offended by Yahushua's name and Yahuwah's name. And that is exactly what's going on as this gets tighter and tighter.
Go ahead, William.
I was sharing something with someone last night about this very thing. It's my belief and understanding that absolutely every pagan religion in the world is designed for one thing, and that's to, like I mentioned in the chat, it's meant to cause a fermentation, and in that fermentation comes chaos and confusion and hatred towards the Most High, because it's all just a deception. I don't care what religion we're talking about, it's used as a double-edged sword against another religion, and it's just used to cause fighting and completely remove us from the understanding of what the true word is, okay, and being able to look into this and find out what the truth says. But the amazing thing about this is what you were pointing out here, Mark, is that he lifts us up, he gives us the ability, and he makes us fit to be able to endure through these things, even though sometimes we don't want to do that. It becomes very hard for us. This walk is not easy. We all know that. Okay. But that's why we put on his character, because he's the only one that can do this for us. We can't do it in and of ourselves. We were called from the foundation of the earth, and that light was put into us, and it had been darkened for so long, but that little amber was still burning, and now it's starting to shine in everybody. And that's his doing. Right place, right time. This is what's being dispensated throughout the world. And as we continue to walk that way and more of us start to come out of Babylon, the evil that's existed, it's been under the cover of the swamp, is being exposed. And they're just proud and boastful to be able to share that everywhere to keep the deception going. And like you said, Hasatan is going to be able to do signs and wonders, and even some of the elect will be deceived by it because they're not actually deeply rooted in this word. Their seed fell on shallow ground. They don't have the root that he wants us to have, and that he wants us to put in that vine, which is him, and stay there. It's cause and effect in action. And I don't know if you've ever been like to one of those turkey dinners where, in a 5-minute span of time, you're going to try to share something with somebody to change their thought and their belief, and it doesn't happen. But what does it do? It causes chaos and confusion and anger, and then they don't want you coming over anymore because you're that weird retard. We don't want that guy coming over here and talking about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. Christianity was created by the synagogue of Hasatan, and Islam and Buddhism and Krishna. And it's like, we're over here in the corner, we're bouncing off the ropes and they're all coming at us, but we will be victorious.
William, can you imagine what Lou's family has said about him? And we were never, towards the end, they never told us about any kind of gatherings ever.
I have family that comes down here to Texas, and I love them to death, man. I helped raise some of them, and I love them so much. They're such beautiful ladies, and they come down here and visit with my brother in Austin, and they'll never call me and say, hey, we're coming to Austin. Why don't we all get together and have a good time, and spend some time sharing and stuff like that? Nope. And they're all Christian believers. Okay. That's the whole point. It's designed not to bring people into this. It's designed to push them away. And then that's why everybody hates his name so much. I was watching a thing on the news yesterday, and there's a lot of things going on here in Texas and a couple other states where they're stopping a lot of things that are associated with transgender medical coverage for the mutilation, mentally, spiritually, physically, and emotionally of our children. And a lady stood up and tried to cherry pick a piece of scripture out of the book that said that he loves everybody and he accepts everybody for what they are, and has no clue what that really means, and no idea what sin is and how much he hates the sin and what it's doing to his children. No clue. It's disturbing, but that's why he gives us that strength when we don't want to get out of bed some mornings because we're just so tired of dealing with the things of the world, man. And he's like, come on, we're going to do this one more day. And the way I started to look at that when I was at work before I retired was that this is one less day I'm going to have to do this. I'm moving that much closer to the goal line. We're moving that much closer to the day of our redemption. That should give us the strength to help, to endure. Thanks, guys.
And it's definitely our honor to do it. We've been chosen for this, so we got to do it.
Well, William, I definitely understand, that whole concept of trying to talk to people, like you said, on the turkey day or whatever day it might be, to plant seed. But instead of me being that guy, the retard, I'm the retard, the one that they.
Sometimes I want to take that electric turkey knife and just freaking get after some of them. Are you getting this, you knucklehead? Get him out of the kitchen, call the cops. He's freaking on drugs or something,
Just something funny real quick to share. Yahuwah has taken that so far out of my head. I had no idea what you were talking about when you said turkey dinner. I was like, what's a turkey dinner? What does that mean? What's that metaphor for? But now I got it. Yeah.
That's that sweet smell we were talking about last week. Winter chicken dinner, man. But you can't do it with your family anymore. They don't want you hanging out with them. You're that weirdo. That's okay. I don't mind being that guy.
And John 3:19, it does tell us that the people, the world, the light came into the world, but the people loved the darkness more than the light, for their actions were evil. So the reason they love the darkness is that because they want to go into the darkness and do their wicked, evil things. Okay, their works. So nobody can see them doing all this perverted, evil, wicked things that they're doing, or plots against other humans, doing it in the darkness. See, that's why they love the darkness, because they can act out their sin in nobody seeing them in the dark. Okay, this is what this is kind of referring to. But let me ask you a question, Shelley, if you don't mind. So that's true what you said. They do love darkness more than the light. Okay. But what attracts? What's the attraction? What attracts men? Light or darkness, in your opinion?
Well, I think we all would tend to think that it's light, that it's, is what attracts.
True. So light attracts men, not the darkness. So that's why the devil masquerades as light, because he knows he can attract you. Nobody wants to be attracted to evil and know it. Okay. It's like selling somebody. Nobody wants to be sold. You have to let them sell themselves. So you have to spin it so they sell themselves. Nobody wants to be sold. Okay, same type situation here. So the devil uses the light, which he knows attracts men. The darkness doesn't, so he can't use the darkness to attract them. And so therefore, he masquerades as the light. That's why he's got the sun and the cross and the children of darkness acting as emissaries of Mashiach. So he can bring more people, fool them in there. And he does. Look at everybody in the circuses, man. They're attracted to the false light. You can't use darkness. The churches would be empty. Go, Ted.
Just popped into my mind, not exactly on the same track, but when you said the false light, it's kind of like the bugs that get attracted to the light and then get zapped. It's the same kind of, I mean, it's a very, basic concept, but I think it fits.
It fits.
Does this mean they're being zapped out of the darkness into the light?
It means being annihilated.
Annihilated.
Lake of fire kind of deal there.
All of the pagan holidays are just filled with all the glitter anybody would ever want to attract the little children.
There you go. Look at all the light in the holidays, all the colors and lights. Yeah, good point, man. So what are we doing then if we have crosses hanging around our neck and we're worshiping the sun and we're masquerading as emissaries? What are they doing? They're worshiping Satan. That's what they're doing. It's who they're really worshiping is Satan. They just don't know that. It's how Satan gets people to worship him, man. With the carbon light, the crooks, and his children. Says go masquerade as emissaries of light. Don't worry. I'll rewrite the translations and help you. We'll get them all worshiping me one way or the other, but he uses light to do his nasty work. Go ahead, Tad.
Like Sister Naomi said earlier, you can't walk into a store and see Yahusha or Yahuwah. It's very rare. You see the J-Man, you see all sorts of stuff. And we know that Hashatan, like in Acts 4:12, it says there's only one name. Well, he is every other name besides that one name. Doesn't matter what it is. So he and all of those are, worshiping him, whether it's EASTER or, ZEUS, doesn't matter.
Right. That's all Satan worship. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, somebody mentioned Alan Horvath. I'd seen a teaching of his where we talk about Hashatan. Well, that means adversary. That's not a name. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy. Okay, so we know Yahuwah or Yahweh and Yahusha's. We know those names, but Alan Horvath put a teaching out that I think you can only find it that the adversary is a fallen angel, and the angel had a name. And I think it's claimed that in 1 Enoch, his name is Gadriel. And just as in Mike and Michael is, so God is short for Gadriel. Are we saying his name all the time? Is this true, Lou, or does anybody know this? Is this accurate?
I learned also that it was shortened because the word good, G-O-O-D, is good. G-O-D should not be the sound of an A. It should be good, not God. So Gadriel, it was shortened to G-O-D, and it was changed.
It's the long A, so it's God.
Yes, yes. That's because of the Hebrew, how you use the O or the A.
So down here, all the police cars have a sticker on or graphics that say "In God We Trust." Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's
everywhere. So if we took his name out of the BYNV 6,823 times, then what got replaced in the KJV on ESV, all the other versions? Not only did it get removed, it got corrupted and refilled with the evil one's name.
Mm-hmm.
Just mind-boggling.
Okay, so G-O-D is the name of the Teutonic tribes, mighty one. Okay, and when it doesn't matter if it's G-O-D, if it's Zeus, if it's Apollo, if it's Ra, if it's any of them, you're still worshiping Satan, because all those deities under them names are false. They're fairy tales. They're not real. They're myths. They can't hurt you. They don't even exist. But who does exist and who is hiding behind those names is Satan. So it don't matter. Okay, Satan, it does mean adversary, but his real name is Hael. Okay, he was one of the watchers. El tells us that he was a watcher. Hael, son of the morning or son of the howling morning. Okay, so the God, Zillah, is basically a name that's applied to Satan, just like all the rest of those I just said, unwantonly, but to get you to understand what I'm saying. You get it?
Yeah, there's many names he
That's what
has.
I'm saying. Satan has many, he goes by many
Idols.
names. And they're all idols, they're all myths, they're all fake, none of them are real. But Satan's real. So don't fear them names. They have no power. They're not even a real person. Doesn't matter what they call him, as long as he can get you to worship him, that's all he cares about.
It's all the delusion that was created to sidetrack what you believe. The God, the El, because I mean in Spanish, El is is El Toro, El. I mean it's in everything, and it's just a word for God, and it's so big that people have no idea what they're saying every day. But we as believers, like he just said, that those are just words. It's what you believe. It's what we follow, being set apart. But we choose not to use those words in our mouth.
Yes, Satan goes by many names. Okay. Yahuwah only has one name. Yahusha. That's it. He goes by one name. The devil goes by many names. Okay. So don't fall for that stuff, man. Devil's got a name. He's really got a one name, okay, but he goes by many names to suck in as many people into his lie as he can get to come into it. Shelley?
I just wanted to clarify that I don't say his name, not out of fear of any power in the name, because he's nothing to me, because I have Yahuwah. I just don't like to give him any pleasure in him hearing any of his names. That's all.
Yeah, and we're actually commanded not to say any of his names as well. But unfortunately, sometimes as someone who is trying to help others, we're forced to say those names to get them to understand, if we're to register into their mind. If you tiptoe around it like we can do, sometimes they're not getting it, and then they get aggravated, just like William's saying they do at you, and so it depends on what level of a person you're talking to. If you're talking to a kindergartner, you almost got to be plain, or they're not going to get what you're talking about. Okay. Look, Yahushua himself said Beelzebub. That's the father of flies. That's the devil. That's Satan. Okay. He's the ruler of the demons. And Yahushua himself spoke the name out of his mouth. Why? In order so the people that was listening could understand what he was saying. That's why. He wasn't worshiping Beelzebub. He was just expressing the content of the subject he was talking about by using that name. Go ahead, Toria.
That's what I was going to say. These are words that when obviously people are going to come along and you're going to have to use them because we have to explain that to them. But we're not using that word in worshiping. We're not using those names in the way that he wants them to be used. I think because we're using them in a teaching source, and I think that is the difference. I like Shelley says, I don't like to say it. I don't like to hear it, but there's many times that I have to do explaining. I have to say the word. So I'm not doing it in a worshiping manner. I'm doing it in a teaching manner.
And don't forget, he was speaking to the children of Israel that came out of Egypt, and they were used to worshiping all those false deities and using them names. So he had to get kind of strict with those people sometimes. And he said, I don't even want to hear it out of your mouth, dummy. See, so it was kind of a different situation because he had to convert them away from paganism in Egypt to worship him. So he said, I don't even want to hear you saying the word, man. You people are dense, man. You need to come out of that stuff. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What happened to the first commandment? I'm Yahuwah your Elohim, have no other before my face. And do not bring their name to your lips. Do not say them with our lips. Our lips are set apart. I know I make mistakes. But our lips are set apart.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Go ahead, William.
30 something years ago, maybe even 40 years ago, I came into a thought process or a terminology that was used pretty widely in the conspiracy theory realm of the world, and it was called soft disclosure. And they used that term through the social engineering constructs of movies and TV and the news and all that propaganda to move the herd, okay, to put a social belief into our brains that eventually becomes the truth, which is a lie. Okay, so when I was walking into those pagan holidays with the knowledge that I was coming into, I was chopping everybody up thinking that I was doing the right thing because I was excited about it. I wanted to share this truth with them, get them to, shake them. Hey, wake up, guys. This is what's really going on. And then I realized that I was actually doing more damage than I was doing good. So I had to step back and kind of reevaluate what I was doing. And then I had to start using that same thought process or that same social ideology that they use and use soft disclosure to walk back into that and to reevaluate how I'm going to walk in front of them and talk to them about it. And instead I use some of the same tactics that the adversary uses in being able to just simply put the bait out there for them, in that soft disclosure, make them curious, make them see. When we start to become imagers of him, that light starts to reflect in and through us and out of us. That's the bait that I want to use to attract them into wanting to ask those questions through that same thing known as soft disclosure. But the difference is that theirs is 100% a lie. And what I want to try to do with the soft disclosure is use everything that he tells me to use when I put on his character. It's not of my own opinion. It's of his word and of his opinion, and that just comes from being well equipped. And probably everybody here's made that same mistake. We've gone in like with that big blaring bullhorn, you got to come and hear all this, and everybody's like, go away, don't come back anymore, and then you try to reevaluate how you can start to rebuild or rekindle these relationships in a very soft and loving way like he really wants us to, So soft disclosure is maybe a good thought, when we're thinking about doing this and we're walking into that. How do I bait them so that they come to me and they're not actually coming to me, they're coming to who I'm imaging and who my reflection is of, and that's him. That's the Father. Yeah. Just an idea, guys.
Yeah, real good, William.
Hi there.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Hope everyone's doing well.
I can't remember your name.
That's okay. Candace.
Oh, Candace. Okay.
Yes, good to be here again. Thank you for having me.
Sure, anytime. Come anytime. You're always welcome.
Yeah, no.
Open door.
Oh, yes, thank you. No, I just had a little something to say because, it is hurtful being on this narrow path. It can, but you kind of get tougher, as you go. You start to get a little tougher skin, not get offended so much, I guess. But yeah, I had somebody on YouTube kind of berate me about the name, and I gave them the scripture, where it states the name, and they were a Jesus person, and they made some kind of post about, it's okay to say his name in any language, but as soon as I said that name, Yahusha, boy, they were so hypocritical right away. Total 360. And just started like, bashing me and putting me down and, telling me, why do I wear a headscarf and just really judging me through the phone. That, head coverings aren't Jewish law and just thinking that I'm Jewish. And yeah, so it certainly is a a journey, and sometimes it is hurtful because they just don't seem to understand. And with that said, I just say that briefly to say, because he had a video that he had made about, modern women and how they're kind of boasting about being, um, whores and things of that nature, prostitutes, this modern generation of women. And I just felt like that was very odd that he would attack me for trying to be, you know, counterculture, more modest, wanting to cover my body and didn't even want to hear really my testimony. So, yeah, we're just living in some strange times, and Yahusha warned us it was going to be this way. So, but that was one of the first things that I started to change during my walk. I did start on my personal testimony. I did want to become more modest, and I don't want to look, that's just my personal choice. But yeah, so I understand it's not easy. So I'm grateful to be here amongst those who kind of, where we can share these things, and there's love, and they kind of get what you're going through. So thanks for allowing me to share that. I appreciate being here. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just a reminder. Scripture says to fear. Don't fear those that can destroy the body, but fear Yahuwah who can destroy the body and the ruach. So we want to be Yahuwah pleasers, not men pleasers. So that stuff you just let go in one side of your brain and out the other side. Don't grasp a hold of it. Just let it flow through like any thought. As long as you don't grasp a hold of it, it's not part of you. It's not you. It's just a thought or their words passing through your brain. If you stop and grab a hold of it and dwell on it, all of a sudden now it becomes part of you, and it can start hurting you a lot. And see, we don't grasp a hold of thoughts like that. We just let them flow through like any other thought. And I guess the only other thing I can say is remember the set apart command. Okay. It's okay to go and give testimony to unbelievers or people of the world, but don't let it eat you alive, because it's not you that can deliver or save anybody. It's Yahusha. Okay. He knows who his sheep are. He knows who his lost sheep are. He knows who he's going to deliver. So just let him speak through you and walk on. Okay. It's the ones that are not his will not hear you. If they are his, they will hear you and they'll follow along. Say, hey, can you tell me a little bit more about that? Okay. That's about all I can say about it. And I think we lost her. So let's go back to our study. That's something that most of us have dealt with in the beginning. I think we progress beyond that. We mature beyond that type of stuff. But those that are going through that, we need to give them some kind of help and guidance and support, because we were all there at one time. Okay. Very easy for most of us to understand what she was saying there. Okay. So anyway, let's move on. I needed somebody. Where's Tad at? He gone eating or go to the bathroom or something on us? Is he coming? Let's wrap this up just a little bit now and get back to the chapter. But Tad, can you go to 1 John? We always seem to retreat back to 1 John, don't we? Go to John chapter 1. I'm sorry. John chapter 1. And read 1 through 14 for us, if you don't mind. I think this will conclude everything we've been talking about, and then we can get back to the chapter.
The regular book of Yehukanan?
Yeah, Yehukanan, okay. Chapter 1 through 14.
Gotcha.
I don't know why I always say John when I'm thinking of chapter 1.
I think you said verse 14.
I know I'm a weirdo.
So 1 through 14. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with Elohim. all came to be through him, and without him not even one came to be that came to be. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There's a man sent from Elohim, whose name was Yehukanan. This one came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all might believe through him. He was not that light, but that he might bear witness of that light. He was the true light, which enlightens every man coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world came to be through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own, and his own did not receive him. But as many as received him, to them he gave the authority to become children of Elohim, to those believing in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the desire of flesh, or of the desire of man, but of Elohim. And the Word became flesh and pitched his tent among us. And we saw his esteem as an only begotten of the Father, complete in favor and truth.
Okay, so here now we can see that light attracts men. And so imagine it's pitch black outside under a new moon, and we're walking through a forest, and we're clawing our way. Branches are hitting us in the face. We're stumbling over logs. We can't see nothing. And then all of a sudden we look way up ahead, and we see a little light. What are we going to do? Are we going to turn around and walk to the left or the right, or are we going to walk toward that little tiny light we're seeing? Well, obviously, we're going to walk toward the light. So the light attracts men. This is why it's a huge weapon of the devil. It's why he masquerades as light. He knows this. So beware of the wiles of the devil. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Did you want me to finish reading?
Oh, no, I thought you had your hand up.
No.
Okay, so does everybody getting that? How the devil masquerades as a messenger of light now, using the sun and the cross and the children of darkness acting like emissaries of the Messiah? Everything the closer he can duplicate Yahuwah, the more people he can get to follow him, because light attracts people. Everybody's saying it. It looks like y'all are. Y'all got smiles on your faces. All right, let's get on back to the Colossians then. I think we beat that one up enough. So don't forget that darkness results from ignoring the word and following the false light, the carbon light, the devil, the masqueration, the falsehood, the fake. Okay. All right. So now that brings us down to what, 15? No.
17.
No. Yeah, start at 15.
Okay.
Let's start back at 15 then. This is pretty important stuff. We need to catch this too.
Yeah, that leads back to what you were saying. Yehukanan bore witness of him. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. I'm so sorry.
Actually, I think we left off at 14, Brother Mark.
Yeah, just back up to 14, Phyllis, and let's start from there since we got so far off track here.
I've lost my place.
This page 1151.
Okay, I'm sorry, on 15.
Let's go to 14.
14. In whom we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins, who is the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation. Because through him were created all that are in the Shamaim and that are on Eretz, visible and invisible, whether thrones or rulerships or principalities or authorities. All have been created through him and for him. And he is before all, and in him all hold together.
Okay, stop. All right, guys, let's hear it. What's this all about? Who is in the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation? Go ahead, Tad.
I'd say it's all about Yahusha. Period.
Yeah, he's the firstborn of all creation. That means Yahuwah created Yahusha. Okay, and we're going to think on simple terms here, guys. And we're going to back down to the literal mind. Okay, if Yahuwah, the first thing he created, we'll say, is Yahusha. Before he created darkness, before he created evil, before he created water, before he created anything at all, period, other than himself. Okay, he created Yahusha. Why? What's the correlation between him and Yahusha? He's the same being. So what can there's only one thing the firstborn of all creation can be. Because he didn't create a separate God, did he? You only got two choices, folks. Anybody know? Go, Shelley.
I'm not sure, but he created him to be our Redeemer, our lamb sacrifice.
Yeah, but what correlation does he have with Yahuwah? Is he a separate being?
Oh, that's
Is he a second God and a made up God head? Go ahead, Philip.
He was the right hand. He created himself a hand, a body, to be able to do the creations with.
It's the only thing we can apply to that. There's no other answer. Yahuwah created a body for himself right off the get-go. And then through him, okay, through Yahusha, through his body, through him, he created all things. We'll get into it. Anybody seeing that any differently? Is it his vocabulary? Did he create an alphabet? Is that the firstborn of all creation? I don't think so. But since he spoke all creation through his body, through the mouth of his body, I say he called him the Word, because he spoke all words of living words through his mouth, through the creation of his body's mouth. It's like when he when he incarnated, did he go down and impregnate a maiden with sperm? And that was the point of the existence of the Son. Was it? See what I'm saying? So let's roll back now. He called that incarnation Son because he came to die. He was the Lamb of Yahuwah. He called him Son. It was his right arm. He came to die. So the incarnation, we could say the Son died, but we cannot say the Father died. You see it? So if he nicknamed the incarnation Son, then common sense says he nicknamed the firstborn of all creation the Word, because he spoke creation through him. All came through him. Not from him, but through him. All right. So let's take a look at it. Does anybody got anything other than that? Okay, so then we go down to the next verse. Because through him, through who? Through the firstborn of all creation. And we know who the creator is. It's Yahuwah. If you doubt that, read Isaiah 40 through 66. Yahuwah hammers it home who the creator is. He'll leave no doubt in your mind who the creator is. Yet John 1 tells us that The Word is the creator. There's only one Yahuwah. We have to make sense of his oneness. We can't be scatterbrained like the Trinitarians, man. So who is in the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation, because through him were created all that are in the Shemayim and all are in the Eretz, visible and invisible, whether thrones, rulerships, or principalities or authorities. All have been created through him and for him. And he is before all, and in him all hold together. We know that's Yahusha. Do we not? There's no two deities here, folks. It can only be a body. He made a body for himself. There's no other explanation. So he robed himself in a body of light and created everything through that body. Just like he came down to the earth and robed himself in flesh to deliver his people from their sins. If he can robe himself in flesh, veil himself in flesh, if reveal himself in flesh and have a fleshly body, why can't he have a spiritual body? He called the Word, or the firstborn of all creation, or the messenger of Yahuwah in some places. So, see, we limit our minds, or we open our minds up to understand the scriptures. It's our choice. This isn't something new. People have long known this stuff. They just choose to try to teach you to worship a three-headed monster instead. Oh, no. We can't let them know Yahuwah is one. Let's teach them to worship a three-headed monster. That way they're off track and they'll be thrown in the lake of fire with us. When we go, we won't be alone. You know, misery loves company, right? So, anybody got any thoughts on this, what I just said? It says it twice. In the beginning of 16, because through him were created all. And then up here at the top of the page, it says, all have been created through him, for him, and he is before all, the firstborn of all creation, and in him all hold together. So this is Yahusha, no doubt. There's not two deities, folks. You know, one of the maybe one of the biggest stumbling blocks is found in Acts 7:55, where Stephen looks up and the heavens open up and he sees Yahuwah sitting on the throne and the Lamb with given all authority standing next to him. That blows people's minds, man. That's when they start saying there's two GODs up there and stuff like that, you know, and then that gets into subordination, which even they're contradicting their own theology at that point, you know. And so what's going on with all of this? Well, and if we don't fully understand the Hebrew mindset, we're thinking with the English mindset, we think there's two of them up there. And so there was no pre-existence to the Lamb, which was slaughtered before the foundations of the earth, by the way. So he had to pre-exist. But they say, oh, that was just in the mind of Yahuwah. He pre-existed. He didn't come into reality till the incarnation. Then that's when Yahuwah activated his thoughts and incarnated another God called the Son. And then they say, well, wait a minute. Yahuwah died on the stake or on the cross. And so they're trying to make their mind understand these things. They have no idea what they're even talking about. Just listening to them, you can tell they're mixed up and they're confused. So any thoughts, man, on what I just said? I know that's a power punch. Go ahead, William.
From 16 all the way down through 20, is there something else going on here? Is there a secret in that?
Yeah.
Is there a secret of Yahusha in that we're not talking about?
Well, there's from verse 15 to 20 is actually a hymn. I mentioned that.
Right.
Okay. And as we haven't read that far down yet, but yeah, there's some stuff in there that's not well known. Let's put it that way. There's a reason why Paul inserted this hymn into his letter. Remember that. He inserted this hymn into his letter. These aren't his words. 15 through 20. We got to catch that one. Wait a minute. We got somebody wanting to come in. It's Chad. Here's Chad. I don't know if y'all know him. Chad, you want to take a minute and introduce yourself and give testimony or whatever you want to do, bro.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Shabbat shalom, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Well, I'm Chad. I'm actually from the same place Mark is. I grew up, was raised there. Raised Southern Baptist. My family weren't real big circus goers, but we went to occasional their false days and stuff like that. But it seemed like every summer they shipped us off to church camp, and that's really where it started. Was Christian, I guess, throughout my first 30 years, or going off the path, messing up, making mistakes, doing the same thing over and over. In 2006, I was in a really bad motorcycle wreck, ended up in Parkland. I bled out on Interstate 30 out around Caddo Mills. Mark knows where it's at on Interstate 30. Life flighted, given blood in flight and brought back to life. Spent a couple of months in Parkland, but that's where I met Yahuwah, was at the basement of Parkland where they do surgeries. I was in a coma for nearly a week, and when I come to, they'd already done some surgeries. I'm not sure if it was medically induced, but I had a brain bleed, so my head swole up and all that good stuff. But when I come to, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering. I had over 43 breaks, just trashed both my arms and my left leg. My left leg, I trashed it on a motorcycle when I was 6 or 7, I reckon. Turned 8 in the hospital then, so been tearing myself up on motorcycles for a long time. But anyways, I was comforted in I think the darkest, most painful place of torment a human being could be at in this physical flesh. It was bad. Here I was 32 or 33 at the time, and I had a wife and a son, responsibility. Growing up, I always thought of myself as a tough guy, and this and that, but the pride and all that comes along with life. But I was at a point where I couldn't even take care of myself or feed myself or do anything. I was having to have full attentive care, and I was in this surgery state, and they had 2 teams of doctors working on me at Parkland. It's a big trauma center, and so there was an abundance of doctors and resident doctors and all their nursing staff and anesthesiologists, just a whole lot of people. And I remember being under a sheet and being cold, and pain that you just can't even explain or comprehend. Just the worry of how am I gonna do anything how am I gonna take care of my family, even if I'm gonna live? Because that's telling me all the time, I might not come to, I might not wake up. They told my family in the beginning I wasn't gonna live. All these things, the pressures of this world was just stacked on me. And I hate to say it, I wasn't even praying. I was just at a broken state, that it was just a broken state. And the doctors had found a rash on me, and they stepped outside to discuss it. So it went from being a lot of commotion and fear and all this commotion to where it was sort of taking my mind off. And then they had sort of stepped out, and I was focused on the pain and in the moment. And it seems like, because I love that blanket that you got, Brother Lou, that's behind you on the Los Lunas stones, because what was given to me in that moment was comfort. You know, for he told us that he was going back to the Father, but it wouldn't leave us alone, that the Father would send us a comforter. And in that moment, I was comforted, and it was like a warm blanket that was wrapped around me. And it's like I was being picked up and held by our Father. And it's like in that moment, you know, all of my life, even as a young child growing up Baptist, going to these church camps, seeing all these little kids speaking in tongues, and I never could and didn't think I was even worthy to have any gifts or any love or comfort from our Father, to realizing in that one moment that he's as real as the air in your lungs, the breath in your lungs that keeps us on this plane of existence. You know, it's his breath that is more vitally important than anything in this world. And it's his comfort that drove me on the path. And that was in 06. And then, I mean, by 09, I didn't have any references or anything. I just, from that, moving on for 3 years, I went through a divorce. I had a wife that was having an adulterous affair with one of my friends. I was in a wheelchair for over 2 years after the wreck. And I divorced her in 2008. It was finalized in 2008. And it was about 2 weeks later that I was out of the wheelchair and up on crutches. And I was on crutches for over a year. And the doctors never told me I'd be able to walk again. Praise Yahweh, you know, don't listen to anybody that's not him, because he is truth. You know, he shows us our truth. And it's the path I've been on since. You know, I still mess up and wander off the path here and there. And it was about 2009, I was preaching the 10 Commandments. I didn't really know anything else. It's just, it seemed right to me. By 2012, he removed all fornication from my life. 2015 is when I learned the biblical clean, or the clean and unclean food and lifestyle, basically. So even up till now, you know, it's just, it seems like every day is a blessing. Every day that I wake up and I have the breath of life, I give thanks for it. And, you know, it's like we've talked in the past, Mark, I've just, I really enjoy being able to, you know, in this world we live in, you don't get a lot of time to associate with people in the real. But this internet, you know, with doing the meetings like y'all do, and I watch a couple others through the week as well. And it's just a blessing. But that's sort of it in a nutshell. If I go on any longer, be here all day. But that's about it.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate you, man. Okay,
Yes,
that's Chad in Texas there. Me and him went out and had coffee together, and we've spoke. Yeah, he's a good man. So back to we're going to open this up here in a little bit, Chad. You know what we do after we're done studying. We have an open mic session. So I'm sure some people will want to talk to you here in a little bit. So let's go back now to Phyllis, and go ahead and start there and read down through there for us, starting at 18, and we'll see if we can see what William's getting at.
And he is the head of the body, the assembly, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that he might become the one who is first in all. Because in him all the fullness was well pleased to dwell.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, so what does that mean? Because in him all the fullness was pleased to dwell.
He was pleasing to Yahuwah. His own creation pleased him.
Anybody else? Because in him all the fullness was well pleased to dwell. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, all the fullness is everything that is Yahuwah.
Right.
So everything Yahuwah
he
is.
was pleased to dwell in that manifested body and was Yahuwah in that manifested body.
Okay. Go ahead, Phil.
And the fullness of his elect, his chosen.
What's that? Say that again.
The fullness of his elect, those who he has chosen before the foundation of the earth, that they would be completely, you know.
Oh yeah.
Completely his. I'm trying to think of a better way of saying it, but yeah, just completely his. I can't think of it right now, but just nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. Someone help me on.
Phil, it's catching. The fullness of life, of, I don't know.
Of the joy of following him. I mean, everybody at my work says all you do is smile, all you do is rejoice. They don't say really rejoice. I sing a lot, but I just do. I am not, and I'm just talking about myself here. I'm not running my mouth. I don't know what. I just thankful for everything. Gratitude for everything. Gratitude. I ask him everything. If I don't know where my keys are, I ask him. I ask him everything. How should I teach this lesson? Give me the words, what I should do. And they just come to me. So it's unbelievable. I think I deserve the lake of fire for sure, because I cannot by any means do anything to attain this gift. And he gives it to me. And that humble, and I think if I don't think I deserve the lake of fire, then I'm not close enough to it, I guess, So anyway, it's just awesome. It's awesome. And all the negative things around me, I'm a truther. In other words, I want to know what's going on. I want to know right before it comes to me. So it's just my character, my nature, but I'm not afraid of it. You know what I mean? So anyway, it's just, I don't know. It's awesome. That's for sure.
Well, I agree with you that everything's in him and he's in everything. And I think that's what you're kind of getting to. But to keep it in context here, we're talking about the firstborn of all creation, who is in the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation, because through him were created all that are in the Shemayim, that are on the Eretz, visible and invisible, whether thrones, rulership, principalities, or authorities. All have been created through him, speaking of the firstborn of all creation, and for him. And he is before all, and in him all hold together. And he is the head of the body, the assembly, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that he might become the one who is first in all, because in him all the fullness was well pleased to dwell. See, so we're talking about the firstborn of all creation here. So you could say all the fullness was well pleased to dwell, is all the fullness, everything that Yahuwah is. Okay, his character, his personality, his might, his power, everything that he is in Yahusha, the firstborn of all creation. Which would mean what? Then Yahusha is the Father. We can never apply the term Son to the Father. Can't do that. Okay, the Son always implies to the flesh, to the incarnation, the Lamb, never directly to the Father, but we can say that the Father is indwelling the Son. The fullness of the Father indwells the Son. That we can say. Because the flesh died. Yahuwah cannot die, but the flesh died. That's why we can't say that the flesh was the Father, because it died. You see what I'm saying? It was the Lamb. It was the vessel. It was the sacrifice. It was the Son was given to us for an offering. sacrificial offering, we were to offer the Son, the Lamb of Yahuwah. So the Father or Yahuwah did not die, just the human nature, the vessel that Yahuwah had robed himself in the flesh. His right arm delivered for him. That is a Hebraic idiom saying his body, his vessel. Okay, so anybody got anything they want to say about that? Okay.
And then our spirit is attracted to. Our ruach is attracted to this fullness that's represented through Yahusha. I'm getting that right? I understand what you mean. I'm trying to.
The Ruach HaKodesh is Yahuwah, and he comes back in the role of the Comforter. Okay, the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, it's not a third deity. Okay, it's the Father, it's Yahuwah, it's Yahusha, right? So he comes back to you and indwells you, and so then you're sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh for the day of redemption. And the Yahusha continues to do his works through your body now. See? And so we merely get out of his way and let him do his works, basically. And speak his words to other people. Cry out to them to repent before it's too late. See, he only gives his Ruach to those who obey him. And so repentance is extremely important. So we have to teach people. The commission, the Great Commission, is we are to proclaim repentance and the forgiveness of sins. That's what we're supposed to do. People have to repent, man. If they don't, even their prayer is an abomination. Go ahead, Phil.
A thought just came to me. I don't know if we could have a forum sometime on how we witness or the proper way of witnessing. And I know each of us have a different twist on it because of our walk. You know what I mean? I don't know if everybody's familiar with that, or we sometimes go too far with too much information like we've talked to in the past, but I don't know if that would be something all of us would want to do and interject and just kind of get more streamlined in how we should represent Yahuwah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind doing some special, teaching like that or study in between letters. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It just came to me. I don't know if anybody else would be interested in that. I mean,
yeah, I'm sure we would. Go ahead, Toria. I'm not sure.
Going back to what you had said, Yahusha being the flesh of Yahuwah, and the Ruach is the breath. So he's given us his flesh, but he's also given us his breath that dwells within us. That is our comforter.
Yeah.
So it does make him one. It makes him ahad in us.
Yeah. Go ahead, somebody, whoever that was. Go ahead, Shelly. She had her hand up first. Go ahead.
Okay.
Shelly.
I was just going to affirm Phil with what he said. I just spoke to someone last night about that same thing, gathering our thoughts a little clearer on witnessing. And yep, that's it. I have some other thoughts, but I just wanted to affirm you that Yahusha's talking.
Okay. Yeah, like I say, if you guys got a special thing you want to talk about or study about or whatever, let us know. And, we can do it between letters, would be the time to do that. Ruach, Toria, can mean breath, wind, breeze, but it's also known as the spirit of Yahuwah or the set apart Ruach. Okay. So it can apply directly to the Father or the Ruach HaKodesh, but it can also, depending on the context, can be breath, wind, or breeze. You see, if you say Ruach, but it could be just an abbreviation or diminutive form of the Ruach HaKodesh as well. So it could be referring to the spirit of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? Just depends on the context. So it's not always the breath. You know what I'm saying? But it can be. It depends on the context.
Brother Mark, I have to leave, and I assigned Lou to do my reading. Bye, everybody.
Oh, okay. Bye-bye. Speaking of Lou, Lou, would you like to come in and talk to us a little bit about this? Oneness of Yahuwah, monotheism or whatever, or that Yahushua is Yahuwah incarnated. You want to speak a little bit on it?
Yeah, his omnipresence, his omniscience, and he's just everything. And I only see him. That's all I can understand. It's impossible to think of him as two, but I think it's because when he comes into you, he really purges everything that's not supposed to be there in your mind, and your mind is cleansed, and it's getting rid of the old leaven. The leaven is the stuff that is referred to as the dross, the puffed up stuff that men have invented without his mind. I mean, they make this stuff up in a struggle to understand him, but they don't have him because they refuse to obey him because of previous programming. I mean, Marcion was a critical character that told everybody, no, that old stuff has got to go. He wanted to get rid of the writings that he called the Old Testament, which is not what the Old Covenant is, and most of you all already know that. And he wants to give you himself, and by that gift, in your first act of obeying him and trusting him and believing in the blood of his atoning for you, not just atoning, but completely redeeming you from the corruptness that you used to be. The deadness. I mean, I was dead, totally dead, and I knew it, but I didn't have him. And I just wanted to understand the universe. And as I studied the universe, I realized this is a serious place, and I can't comprehend this. But somebody designed this, and there's order here. But there's not only order, but there's purpose. Everything that is here that we see has a purpose, and then some parts of it are alive. How did that happen? Well, the universe didn't create itself, so I sought my creator, and he lets you find him. The prophet Zechariah. So it means Yahuwah hides. He hides. But he doesn't hide himself completely. It's like playing hide and seek. But it takes a whole lifetime to find him because he's hidden himself. And then when he goes, I'm here, don't you? And you go, yeah, I found you. I know your name, and I love your name. Well, when I was a little boy, I would talk to him in the darkness in my basement. Because I was going to a Catholic school, and that place, they were mean there and very evil. They wore black, and they were doing stuff. It was painful. And I don't even want to tell you the things that I saw done because it's so ugly. But he made me forget all this stuff that I was taught. And over the years, as I've grown to understand his commandments, I've become more humble and more respectful of him. And the one that respects him and will serve him and obey him and cherish his commandments and his words. And he could have been more brutal with me. I mean, he could have been very physically torturous to me, but he hasn't been. I'm 73 years old, going on 74. And I tell Phyllis all the time, and I always have, that I have led a blessed life physically. A lot of people aren't as healthy as I am when they're 30, you know. But I mean, I'm his. I don't care about me. It's not about me, but it's about him and sharing him and having others realize who he is, even a little bit. I don't even pretend to understand. I just know that he knows, and I know him. So whatever he knows, I'm covered. See, I can't be responsible for not knowing all about him because he's too big. He's too powerful. But I know one thing about him. He created us as to be his companions. And I know why. Loneliness is the greatest pain. And he was alone. And he's not alone anymore. He's found his wife. You are his wife. And that's what I know. I don't know anything else.
All right, thank you, Lou. Anybody else got anything? Any other comments on where we're at so far here?
That was very powerful, Lou. Thank you. Beautiful.
Okay. All right, we got a new face on here. I think we've met Steve before. Steve, you want to introduce yourself, brother, and let us know about you just a little bit?
Sure. My name's Steve Curran. I am lifelong buddies with William there. We went to high school together and grew up and shared our families, our children and such. And we had about close to 10 years where we didn't really speak much until about 2 years ago. And I called Mr. William and we started chatting and chatting about our beliefs. And he asked me if I had scriptures, and I just happened to have the this one right here, which I'm sure many are familiar with. And he was amazed that I had that. And then shortly thereafter, he presented me with this one. And my life changed. And I am so very grateful to be in the midst of you all and Yahuwah, and I just can't say how much I'm enjoying truth.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I think most of us know Steve, right? I just wanted to hear from him again. He's always in the chat room, and we've talked with him before. Okay, so all right, so nobody has anything else on that. Lou, you going to take over for Phyllis, brother? I think we left off at 20.
Okay. Awesome. Well, let's see. Okay, verse 20. It's hiding in here somewhere. There it is. Okay, and through him to completely restore to favor all to himself, whether on Eretz or in the Shamayim, having made peace through the blood of his stake.
Okay, hang on a minute. What does that mean? Make peace through the blood of his stake. Anybody any thoughts on that?
This reminds me of 2 Corinthians 5, actually. I believe it is, where
Second
he's
Corinthians
the ministry of the restoration to favor, as if he's pleading through us to be restored to favor. 2 Corinthians 5:18 and 19. Yahusha acting in us to plead to the lost for them to repent. And that's the work of the restoration to favor. And that's what he's referring to, I believe, because, Paul's teaching the Corinthians and the Colossians.
Who is he making peace through? It says, having made peace. Peace. Why? What was the opposition? Go, Toria.
Through our Mashiach.
Huh?
Through our Mashiach that gives us favor now. Shows that we are able to have favor through him, through his blood.
Yeah. I mean, we're still talking about the firstborn of creation here. We haven't got off that subject. It's still rolling. So correct. Go ahead, Lou.
It's interesting in this sentence. Paul's got long sentences, but here's the thing to watch. Through him, all the fullness dwells in Yahusha, and through him to completely restore to favor all to himself. So it's not that there's two of them. He's saying, I'm the guy. I am he. I need Hua. And he's saying it again at the end of the sentence, whether on Eretz or in the Shamayim, having made peace through the blood of his stake. So it was the Father in the Son who was reconciling all to himself. And I think that's just tremendous. It shows the oneness. And this is the core of what he's saying about this knowledge of him being one.
Right. It's singular. It's being expressed in a singular fashion. It's not plural at all. So since it's singular, himself, his, him, this is all singular. So it has to be that the Father and the firstborn of all creation is the same being. I think it's clear. It's singular. There's no plurality here. Go ahead, Toria.
Yes. So the way I see is Yahuwah, his right hand, his sacrifice of himself in the flesh is the one, is all in one. That is what he has done. He is in himself, his right hand sacrificed himself through his seed, his flesh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ted.
I believe you didn't you just ask what was the opposition?
Yes.
Well, we can kind of look at that if we go back to Ephesians 2, starting at like 13. But now in Mashiach Yahusha, you who once were far off have been brought near by the blood of the Mashiach. For he is our peace, who has made both one, and having broken down the partition of the barrier, having abolished in his flesh the opposition. And it describes that, the law prescribed in procedures, so as to create in himself one renewed man from the two, thus making peace.
So peace through the first and second covenants? Or the old priesthood and the renewed covenant? What do we make? What's the two sides?
The old covenant and the renewed covenant.
Everybody agree with that, or anybody else seen that differently? Are we all in agreement to what Dad just gave us? Is that what he made peace through, so that the two covenants are now one covenant and renewed? I mean, is there a different set of law? Is there a different set of vows? No, it's all the same. So the one men were obeying the same vows or under the same covenant, we'll say, and they were fleshly. The other ones are obeying the same commands, the same vows under the same covenant, but they're spiritual. They're spiritual minded. The first was fleshly minded. So he's made peace between the flesh and the ruach then, and have made peace between them through the blood of his stake. Is that where we're at on that? Anybody got any different thoughts? That's powerful stuff right there, man. Go ahead, Lou. I can't hear you, brother. You're muted.
Yeah, I was just looking up another thought that I had, that there's no greater love, and there's no greater love than anyone has than to lay down his own life for his friends. And he called us his Natsarim, his friends, in one verse. And we have to remember, we're more than friends. We're his bride. But another thought hit me simultaneously with that. If I could just remember what it was. it was really, really important. The love and this peace idea. What is peace? Is it just, it's peaceful? No, it's more than that. It's a finality. It's coming into a fulfillment. In other words, when a contract is being fulfilled, when he said, what we understand is it is finished, and his last breath poured out of his body. He wasn't saying that. He wasn't saying anything in the Greek language, but he was saying something that meant absolute completion, the end of a contract. There was a purpose being fulfilled, and he said, it's done. Well, he was saying one Hebrew word, shalom, and that is the peace that we're talking about. The finishing act has been accomplished when you have fulfilled obedience. And the adversary's messengers are saying, it's impossible. You can't obey. They're keeping you away from love. That's what they're really doing.
That's a good point, Lou. And while you were saying that, what popped into my mind was that, he made peace through the blood of his stake. So his shedding his blood ended all the chaos. Can you imagine? Let's put ourselves back in the day, okay, in the first century. Here's all these thousands of people coming every single day up to the Temple Mount with animals to be slaughtered. There was a trough of blood running almost continuously, and all the water they had to have up there to clean and take care of all this. Every single day this was going on. Can you imagine the noise of the animals, all the killing, the slaughtering, the blood, the buying of these animals from the people in the marketplaces, the smell, see the chaos? And none of this worked. None of it worked. They were doing it for no reason. So they're running around like chickens with their head cut off, acting crazy, all get out. These throngs of people, the smell, the blood, that during the summertime, it must have really stunk, and those people's, their anger must have been at the highest peaks, shoving and pushing to get up front and all this other stuff. I mean, just think about it. Imagine it, And so the blood of the Mashiach, his stake, made peace. All that went away. It's a permanent sacrifice that actually worked. None of the other stuff even worked, So we can kind of think of it that way a little bit. All right. So they eliminated that first covenant, the old priesthood, and all that craziness that went along with it, right? And got rid of it all. Now there's peace through his blood. Not only is there peace through his blood, we now are able to reconnect with Yahuwah through him. It's kind of amazing, really, if you kind of think of that. So the peace through the blood of his stake, having made peace. Make sense? Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Somebody's got something to say, don't you? Nobody? Somebody's got their mic on. Who is it? William, you got something, bro?
Sorry. No, I'm just taking it in today. I'm kind of on the sideline. Appreciate it though, brother.
Okay. All righty, Lou, let's continue on then. I think we've hit that. I'm pretty confident we've figured that one out. So
Okay, let's see. Picking up at verse 21, and you, speaking to the Colossians and to us, who were once estranged and enemies in the mind by wicked works, but now he is completely restored to favor in the body of his flesh, in the body of his flesh.
Wow, see that? Singular.
Through death, to present you, Kodesh, that's set apart, and blameless, and unreprovable before him. Now that's, I want to stop just briefly and mention that that's the chirographin, the handwriting that was against us, that the enemy might present as an accuser, has been completely wiped clean. And that list of our crimes, which is what the word chirographin actually means, it's a list of the crimes that were against us in handwriting. And they've been completely evaporated. They just aren't there. The accuser looks at the sheet of paper and goes, uh-oh, they're gone. The blood wiped them clean. And moving on with this. Unreprovable before him, if indeed you continue in the belief, obedience. Founded and steadfast, and are not moved away from the expectation of the Besorah, which you heard, which was proclaimed to every creature under the heaven, of which I, Paul, became a servant, who now rejoice in my sufferings for you, and fill up in my flesh what was lacking in Mashiach's afflictions.
Wait a minute. What does that mean? And fill up in my flesh what is lacking in Mashiach's afflictions? What does that mean? Who now rejoice in my sufferings for you, and fill up in my flesh what is lacking in Mashiach's afflictions. What is Paul talking about here? Anybody?
I wouldn't want to pretend to be accurate, but it certainly doesn't mean what it seems to be saying, because Yahusha completely redeemed everyone who believes and obeys his commandments. But in this case, it seems to be saying that Paul is adding something that was lacking. But I think we have a breakdown in a translation, a communication breakdown. And I'm thinking that we're to interpret this as something that Paul needed in some sense for the sake of the body that he's teaching. And that a lot of times a verse will seem to be about one thing, but it's really about something else, you know. And I think he's turning this back on himself. Not it doesn't mean what it seems to mean in the natural or the fleshly mind. It's a spiritual teaching. It's got another level. Don't you think?
I agree with you. It's definitely, he's putting it back on himself. He's talking about himself for sure. And I think what he's trying to say is, if there was any torture or anything about Yahusha that didn't get done to him, my body's taking the leftovers. It's a weird thing.
It's shared. Yeah.
It's kind of strange. He's sharing, in the beatings or the torturing or whatever of Yahusha. If there was anything left that he needed to be more stripes or beaten anymore or whatever, Paul's willing to take it on for the sake of the body. It's what he sounds like he's saying, but really maybe he is saying something else, but it definitely seems like it's directed at him. Go ahead, Toria.
I was kind of seeing it because Paul was saying that he was rejoicing for the sufferings, but it also sounds like he's saying that, but his sufferings weren't this obviously not the same, but of what Yahusha suffered, Yahuwah in the flesh suffered for all of us, because he took in all our transgressions. And I feel that that's what Paul is saying, that's what he's lacking, is because he didn't receive all of that in his sufferings.
Yeah, and it could be a little bit of like the true pattern of Yahusha, like he's like suffering for the body the same as Yahusha did, you know what I mean? There may be the spiritual application of this. Not quite sure. Go ahead, Will.
He's a servant who says, and now rejoicing in my suffering because of the suffering that is inflicted upon us because of our belief, and fill up in my flesh with what is lacking in the Mashiach's affliction. Filling up in my flesh would be the joy that he gives me, and filling him up with that joy, lacking in the Mashiach's affliction, which is a vision of the flesh being destroyed, for which there will be no joy in, because all of that negative stuff is being burned away for the sake of his body, which is the joy in the assembly.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of talked about before, that fullness, it's the joy of in him, with him.
Because we know that he lacked nothing, okay, but as a vision of sin being destroyed in his affliction, even though he was murdered for doing nothing but being who he came to be, okay, is that a foreshadowing of the flesh that we're going to suffer through, that's going to be destroyed in us when we find the joy of Yahusha walking in us as the assembly?
I'm here. Yeah, I think so too. I think it is.
I see what you're saying. That to fill up in my flesh what is lacking in Mashiach's affliction would be joy. He definitely wasn't joyful when he was being afflicted. I can see what you're kind of saying there, but I think it's out of context, at least slightly. But you might be right. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Lou.
There's another aspect to this, and that is that Paul writes really long sentences. So this is one of the longest sentences he's ever written.
You ain't kidding.
You have to keep going and going and going, and then going, oh yeah, this is going into the whole purpose. It keeps unfolding. It's like a cascade of revelation.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think if we get beyond this little phrase, we can get it's like a holding back the truth, because we're really needing him to go on and explain more,
Okay, let's do that. See if we can find more truth.
Okay. Now let's see. We've got the unreprovable before him, if indeed you continue in the belief, found and steadfast. And it says, and you were not moved away from the expectation of the Besorah, which you heard, which was proclaimed to every creature under the heaven, of which I, Paul, became a servant, who now rejoice in my sufferings for you. That's what William was pointing out there. He now rejoices in his sufferings for you. That's including us and the people that he's writing to in Colossus. And to fill up in my flesh what is lacking in Mashiach's afflictions. And that's, of course, he's referring to himself, not the lack of what Mashiach failed to do. That's not what it means. For the sake of his body, which is the assembly, for which I became a servant according to the administration of Yahuwah, which was given to me for you to fill the word of Yahuwah, the prophecies, the secret which has been hidden from ages and from generations, but now has been revealed to his Kodashim, his set apart ones, to whom Yahuwah desired to make known what are the riches of the esteem of this secret among the nations. Now, this is important. Among the nations, his people are scattered out there, and we are them. Now, here's the secret: to make known what are the riches of the esteem of this secret among the nations, which is Mashiach in you. There it is. This is the expectation, the hope of praise, whom we announce, warning every man and teaching every man in all wisdom, in order to present every man perfected in Mashiach Yahusha, for which I also labor, striving according to the working of him who works in me in power. There, I think we have a period finally. Yep.
That is a long one.
That's a lot. No wonder.
Okay. So with all that in mind, then, what's Paul? What was he saying then there back in verse 24?
Can I throw something in there, Mark?
Yeah, let me just point out that for the sake of his body, which is the assembly. So the body is the assembly, or the assembly is his body. Okay, that's kind of important to see that. But yeah, go ahead now, William.
Okay, so when we go to the Garden of Gethsemane, when the last phase of his life before he was murdered started, there was something going on in the garden that the apostles weren't paying close attention to, and he was going into a suffering as the sin of the world was being placed upon him. And then all through that walk to the point where he was crucified, nobody, including us, would have been able to recognize the joy in affliction that Paul is talking about here. They were witnessing a horror of a man who was innocent being beaten to death and tortured. Okay. Once this writing comes out, what Paul's sharing here is the joy of his affliction that he is experiencing himself in his walk, like we all do, but also nothing missing in the Messiah except what they could not see at that moment. They could not see the joy of his affliction in the body that was going to be given to the body once we understood what was actually going on through the sin of the world being placed upon him. And once again, the body of sin was being beaten and put to death, and all of that sin that was placed on him was taken at the blood of the stake. That was the covering. We know that. But if this never would have happened, we wouldn't have known that, and we wouldn't even know how to look at the joy of our suffering through what he suffered. Okay. Am I kind of making sense with this? It's there, but it's eluded. He mentions it's a secret that's being revealed. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. When I watched the movie, The Passion of The Passion of that Gentleman that Jim Caviezel played, it was so physically and emotionally disturbing for me. And then what it did was it broke my heart so bad, and it brought me to my knees, and then it brought me to a place where reading the Bashora, I could start to understand the joy that he was actually showing us in that tragedy. Okay. Does that make any sense? Which was preached to who? To all the creatures in the heavens, everybody. Everybody had heard this, but it's been pulled back and removed from us. So it's always been out there, but it's been covered up. Okay. It's being exposed. That's the joy of our suffering in what he did for us, which we cannot wrap our little minds around. Okay. But it's utterly amazing. How do you find joy in that type of suffering and torture that they could not see? They couldn't understand it. They didn't have that joy at that moment, but they started to get it after that. They started to realize that what he did was to give us that joy of the expectation that we were talking about earlier. Okay. So the secrets started to be revealed, but it had to be done in such a way that was so horrific that all this had to be written so that we could get this and start to really walk in it and understand it. Thanks.
Yeah, that was good, William. I like that. Go ahead, Ted.
This is one of those moments I just want to say to Brother William, you just blew my mind, brother. Thank you. Thank you for Yahusha showing you that. I appreciate it.
You know, I love you guys, man. It's all him. Like Mark says, it's all him. It's all Yahusha, man. That's who we get it from.
Okay, you guys, anybody got any thoughts on this chapter 1 now? Anything at all?
I'll tell you one thing right now. I've learned a ton today from all of you. So thank you very much.
Yeah, me too. I've learned quite a bit myself. All right. So I'm going to stop here on this because chapter 2 is just too powerful. It's going to take a long time to go through chapter 2 as well. So there ain't no use in even starting that. And open it up. We have open mic now, open discussion, comments, questions, testimonies, whatever y'all want to do. Go ahead and just talk it out, man. Anybody want to sing a song or do a dance or say a poem or anything at all to Yahusha?
I have a question for Brother William.
Okay.
I just want to know if he got my email the other day about the question that I had asked Brother Mark about what was supposedly the parable of Lazarus and the rich man. Did you get that email?
I think I did, brother. I will go back and take another look at it. And I'm sorry if I didn't respond to it. I will do that.
No worries.
As soon as I get the opportunity. Yeah, I'll take a look at it, brother.
It wasn't about me. It was just about,
what we were talking about.
Getting that response from Brother Mark's opinion on that.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll get back to you on it.
You betcha.
Okay, thank you.
We're all very quiet today. Is that because everybody's reflecting on this teaching?
I was just going to say, probably a lot of processing going on. I know it is me. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. The bird even said, yeah. So there you go. She's quiet as a mouse back here. So.
I have a question. I am very much enjoying interaction with everybody here and on the different groups that I've joined in here. My question is, looking for like-minded individuals in my area. I'm seeing that we who show up here are from all over the world, and I live in a little bitty town outside of Topeka, Kansas, and I'm looking for like-minded individuals that I can sit down with and enjoy this. Does anybody know of any way we can make connection with others?
Maybe I could put something in on that, Steve. I know it's kind of hard with everything that we have going on in life, and I kind of threw this out earlier. Maybe it was later last year that we might want to maybe try to have a get together, a Natsarim get together, and I kind of threw out the idea of meeting at the at Noah's Ark in Kentucky, and just turning that into an absolutely cool adventure where we could get together and fellowship and go check out the Ark and walk through that and, just have that amazing discovery. And, maybe that's cool. That's going to be maybe a hard thing to do too, but at the same time, trying to find people. I know Toria lives like 15 minutes away from me, and I've been looking for a car show up there in Angleton so I could maybe go up there with the hot rod and she could bring her bikes and, we could hang out and do that kind of thing. And Mark and chatter up there around the Austin Round Rock area and stuff. And I got family up there in Taylor, so I need to pull the brothers together and get together and have a cup of coffee up there or something one of these days. And, but yeah, you know how it is. We're all busy. And I know Steve and his wife, Dee Dee, they're always traveling all over the planet. In fact, I'm going up to see them next month, and we're going to go see the Marshall Tucker Band. And, so yeah, it's kind of hard, but we just got to keep at it. Eventually he'll bring somebody to us, right? That's in the neighborhood we can work with.
Yeah. Steve, you're in Round Rock, Texas, aren't you?
Negative. I'm in Ozaki, Kansas. I'm about 15 miles outside of Topeka.
Who's in Round Rock? Somebody's from Round Rock.
Yeah, wasn't that
Frank?
Who was it? Frank?
Oh,
yeah, Frank. Yeah.
Frank. Oh yeah, Frank was. Yeah. Wow, Kansas. Yeah. Wow, man, you're way up there. I don't know anybody from Kansas. I know Phil there's from Iowa. That's not real close.
It's not real far. It's the next state state north. And I in the last 2 days I drove from San Antonio, Texas to home, and my temperature gauge on my vehicle dropped 40 degrees during that drive. I think I have really taken a shine to Texas. Look out, Bill. I might be coming.
Here's a Brick Parrish. Most of you know him. He wrote the book, Two Houses of Israel. He's been in and out today. Got to go. Shabbat shalom, everyone. He's in Texas, too. So he's down there around San Antonio or Austin, somewhere down in that area as well.
A lot of us in Texas. That's kind of unusual, isn't it?
I don't know. He has got a purpose, doesn't he? Go ahead, Ted.
I just want to let everybody know, Sister Shelley that was here earlier, there was a reason she got off. She just texted me on my phone. And I'm going to read that if nobody objects. It says, "Hi, Tad. My daughter's dad was in a car accident. He seems to be okay, but my daughter is with him and will be taking him to the hospital. The car is totaled and all the airbags came on, so he's having some pain in his ribs. I'm going to stay offline so I can be available for my daughter and take care of her dog. Prayers for all to be well and for Yahuwah to use this as a wake-up call to their dad for how finite our lives are. Thank you and Shabbat Shalom to all the assembly."
Oh, okay. Yeah, prayers go out to Shelley then, y'all.
You bet.
And apparently her ex-husband
Right.
was in
the
accident, right? Yeah, absolutely. ISDS, you're in Texas, brother? I didn't know that. Where you at in Texas, Isaiah? I didn't know you were from Texas. Yeah. I've known you all this time and didn't know you were in Texas. Where are you? Isaiah DS in Texas.
I think we're getting ready to saddle up and have us a big old roundup there. Come on.
Sounds like
get our guns on and our double-edged swords and get after it.
Yeah.
I'd do a sword class down there for y'all. Did I get the y'all right?
Yeah, y'all's.
Y'all
Got a
coming
little
in?
S in there, y'all's.
Y'all's, dude.
Y'all coming in? Yeah, lots of Natsarim in Texas. That's something else. Big state. Yehoah's got to cover the whole state with salt, right?
You know how that word y'all came about, don't you, Phil? Well, they were over at the Waffle House eating chicken, biscuits, gravy, and waffles. And you know, when you eat like that, man, you can't say you and all in one sentence. It just comes out y'all, gabba gabba. You know.
That could be. I never thought of that.
Sounds right to me.
You got something, Chad?
Yeah, I was just thinking. We talked about it earlier. I believe Brother Lou brought it up about no greater love is this than a man lay down his life for his friends. And then he called us his friend, and he also laid his life down for us. But I wonder if there's any correlation, because I know the world says the GO blessed Texas, but I believe y'all truly did bless Texas because of the Alamo. I know it might sound silly, but there's a lot of men lay down their lives fighting evil to give something good. And I really think that's why he truly blessed our state. Just saying.
And then I'm just wondering if the people that did lay down their life for love, even though they didn't know Yahuwah, how many believe they're going to be in the reign? It says there's no greater love than that. They achieved the greatest of love by laying down their life for someone. Out of love, man. Will they be in the reign?
What's he say? What's he say in that scripture that we were just reading? That he said in 120, and through him to completely restore restore to favor all to himself. What does all include, or what does it exclude? I think all kind of means all to me. Restore favor to all to him in all things, in the Shemaim, the Uretz, principality, powers, all to restore all to favor in him.
Like Mark always said, all means all.
One of the things about that laying down your life also is referring. I just remember when I gave myself to him as his servant in immersion, he came on me and I just ran out the door and jumped in my truck, took my firstborn with me, and he was about 5 or 6, and I went into the water of that creek, and I realized that my life was his. I was turning all of it over, like that word all, and it was a pledge. And I didn't even know at the time what I was really doing, but I was pledging. My conscience was turning my life over to him. And it wasn't just a physical life and death thing. It was complete death. I mean, but it led to eternal life because it's leading into many other people, because he's able to use me he speaks through all of us. And that's what we're hearing here. He's teaching us and asking questions. And those questions, even if you don't think you know the answer, the reason that you're asking that question, it's him guiding you, making that question appear in your mind. So someone else in the assembly, this is so much like 2 Corinthians 16 or it's 14 and verse, I forget the verse, but each one has a teaching in the assembly. Let each one have a song, a teaching, a revelation of some kind, and each one has something to add, because he is in the assembly. He's the head. We're just the body parts, his bride, and he makes us, together as one body, and it's so great to just see that little bit of a glimpse of him in these kind of meetings.
Yeah, for sure. We don't want to quench the Ruach. No matter what we do, we don't want to quench that Ruach.
Did we make too much noise?
Yami, where's Sandra? Is she even on here today? I mean, I heard from Sandra. But Yami, do you want to give us sing a song to Yahuwah before we get off?
Well, I was working on the hymn on Philippians. Was it
Yeah.
Philippians? Maybe I can try to do that.
Okay, that would be nice. You get Raul to sing along?
No, you don't want that.
Huh?
I gotta give me the tambourine. I promise. I'll give me the tambourine real soon.
Let's see how that goes. That's Philippians 2.
Raul, you could always get your spoons out.
There's
you
a
could always get a spoon.
Lou, you got a tambourine. We can play along with her, man.
There you go.
It's okay. All right, let's try this and see. Philippians 2, 5 through 11.
Oh, okay, cool.
For let this mind be in you, which was also in Mashiach, who being the essence of Yahuwah, considereth not left to be the same as Yahuwah, yet emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, and came to be in the likeness of man. And having been perceived in the form of a man, he humbled himself and became obedient to death. Death even of a stake. Yahuwah therefore has highly exalted him and given him the name which is above every name, that at the name of Yahuwah every knee should bow of those in heaven and of those on earth and of those under the earth. And every tongue should confess that Yahuwah is Yahushua Mashiach, to the esteem of Yahuwah the Father. To the esteem of Yahuwah the Father.
That was beautiful.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yahuwah. Beautiful.
Hey, our
Hi,
bird
Sandra.
Shalom, everyone. How are you?
Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
I'm gonna try
Better
it with
late
my
than
one.
never.
I only know one chord, so I'm gonna do the best I can. Shema, Shema, oh yes, you're good, your good is one, and you shall love your good, your Elohim with all your heart, with all your being, with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on the frontlets between your eyes, and you shall write them on your doorposts of the house and on your gate. And this is Tehillim 121. Okay, so I'm gonna try another chord. Maybe you can notice the difference. I will lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from Yahuwah, maker of the Shamayim and earth. He does not allow your foot to be moved. He who watches over you does not slumber. Steadfast, unremovable, unshakable is he. See, he who is guarding Yisrael neither slumbers nor sleeps. Yahuwah is your God. Yahuwah is your shade at your right hand. The sun does not strike you by your, nor the moon by Layla. Yahuwah guards you from all evil. He going out and you're coming in now and forever. He's everlasting, guarding you. Hallelujah. Those are only two chords I know. All praise to Yahushua.
Ahora se lo puedo decir.
Thank you, Sandra. You're muted, Sandra. Yep, you're muted. There you go.
Okay, I was saying, I love you all, each and every one, and I've enjoyed all of the lessons, and I'm learning so much. And I look forward to teaching on how we are to witness. I'm looking forward to that because I think that will enhance. But I enjoyed brother from Topeka and you, brother. Let me see. I can't see your name, Steve, and all of the new brothers that. And I enjoyed your testimony, Brother Lou. I enjoy listening to all of you all. You bless. It's such a blessing when we come together, and I can feel the Ruach in our midst and how he's using us and how we're, like Brother Mark said, we're growing. And I'm still listening to all of the lessons from week before last up until last night's lesson and how to apply myself to become more obedient, continuously steadfast, unremovable, because Yahuwah is moving. He's acting right now. And even though the enemy is acting up, because he knows he only has just a short time. But right now, I can feel love growing among us. I can feel our minds becoming more and more like him. Hallelujah. It's no longer me or you. It's him dwelling within us. And it's coming into fruition. And I would admonish each and every one of us to continue to be steadfast and feel a love, joy that you share in your testimonies, and Brother William and everyone that shares. I love listening to comments on the chat line. You just don't know how Yahuwah is using you to bless me. Hallelujah. To understand and know him better. And I pray for each and every one. Hallelujah. And we can expect tribulation because that's part of the territory. And I would always say the only thing you can say good about old Satan is he's a good adversary. Hallelujah. But we can be better soldiers. Hallelujah. And resist him. Pray my strength in Yahuwah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. All right, guys. Anybody else wants to sing a song to Yahuwah or a poem or dance? Get up and do a little dance to Yahuwah.
I have a question for Yami.
Okay.
What was that instrument you were playing? Can you show that?
Can you see it? Where is it?
Oh, okay.
It is a cuatro.
A Venezuelan cuatro.
Something like the ukulele. It's 4 chords.
It sounded wonderful.
Thank you.
All praise to Yahuwah. He's working through her because she's learning these or doing this. Like she started like 3 days ago, I think 3 or 4 days ago, and It has to be because she had never done stuff like this before.
It's him. It is
She's doing a fine job.
Yeah, Yahuwah is doing a fine job.
Did you get the hymn on in Colossians one today, Yami?
Yes, we took note of it. So
Okay.
I'll start working on that soon.
Yeah, that one there's extremely powerful.
She and Sister Sandra both doing a fine job.
They encourage each other.
Yes.
That's good.
Sandra encourages Yami, and Yami encourages Sandra.
That's good. Can we get some encouragement for Toria? Maybe we can hear from her.
Exactly. Toria.
Yami was asking for Phil.
Yeah, Phil is supposed to sing today. I forgot about that. Phil, you're on stage.
No, I already did that last week, remember?
Ah.
I'll be working on something, but I got to follow Yami, and how am I going to do that?
Toria had a beautiful one.
Yeah, sure. Her voice was, she was hiding that beautiful voice.
Her, exactly.
No, I was so bad that it killed my computer, okay?
No,
no. It was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody got any verse or something or anything in scriptures they want to bring up? Talk about anything that you've been wondering about?
Your
I don't, but I do have. Last night, I met my neighbors for the first time. They're across our little lake here, and my husband's been wanting me to meet them. Come to find out, last night they're wonderful people. He's a pastor. He's a pastor, and the church is probably, I don't know, a mile just beyond right there. So I guess he's a pastor to a Baptist church. So we got to talking a little bit, but didn't get to say too much because there's the fine line. I felt like I was just being quiet, and I definitely need some encouragement there because you all were saying you want to get together and how do you minister to others, and it's definitely not easy. I was a little nervous just for the fact that the gentleman was an atheist for his first 40 years of life. And that just blows my mind that this person, he's on his third marriage, and he's in a wonderful, wonderful relationship with his wife and his children, has come so far, and to think, wow, he's there, but he's not, an atheist, wow. And I just pray that Yahuwah gives me, puts his words in my mouth and not my own. I think why I'm nervous is I'm not good with quoting scripture whatsoever. And there's also, I can see from my house that we didn't know there's 2 more churches right behind us, and probably about an acre away. One's a 4 square, and the other one's, I'm guessing, just a Christian church. But I was glad it wasn't a 4 square church he was running. But yeah, definitely. What do you say? Where do you begin? And he did mention. I told him I lead a Hebrew life. I didn't get into details of because I'm waiting for his questions. And he did say something that he said about the law, that it's, he's not, we are covered under grace. And I thought, oh no, here we go. And so I just definitely pray for him. And I don't know if Yahuwah is going to use me or whatever he's choosing to do, but it's It's all around, that's for sure. We don't realize it. Because at one point we were all there. But that's just wanted to share that. That was interesting last night. I was very cautious about what I said, but I don't want to scare them away, you know, because I've lost a lot of friends, as you all probably have too. A lot of friends. People are very standoffish of us anyway, but I mean, I haven't celebrated the holidays since the 80s, I guess, or early 90s, but you know, that can be a little hard. I mean, I have a two-story, so I can see his flag, God, guns, and Trump. You know, wow. Even his tire cover says the same thing. But definitely going to be a trial.
Yeah, just go gingerly, you know, like you're doing. He'll come. He can be converted. It's not impossible. Anything's possible with you. You know, let Yahusha take over and just you know, approach it gingerly. You got to live across from the guy, you know. So hey, you never know, man. Keep us updated. I'd be curious to know if you're putting any dents in him. Phil, go ahead, bro.
Oh, last night we went out for our anniversary, 16th. I know it's not very big. I know a lot of you have a lot on us on that one. But anyway, I asked the waitress. I said, "Could it's getting close to the Shabbat? We need to get home." She goes, "What?" And I said, "The Shabbat." And she said, "What's that?" And so we explained it to her, and she brought the bill so we could pay before we left. So that's all I said. It wasn't, but you could tell she was really interested in how we did that, and so you never know. That's the planting of a seed. There really wasn't an opportunity to go any further with it, but anyway, she had said she had never heard of that before, so it was just kind of interesting to me that she had never heard of it. So who knows, you know.
Hey, Phil.
Yes.
You got some people here that really like the way you sing. Look at here. Okay, Phil's turn. See.
Oh yeah, I bet you. I wonder.
And here's, I imagine Phil has the vocal qualities of a classic tenor. So here we got a couple people wanting to hear you, Phil.
All right, well then I'll work on something.
Oh, come on. Don't leave them hanging, brother.
Well, I love music so much, but I could, okay, Phil, there is a conspiracy going on here now. Come on. I just can't.
So Phil, yeah, boy, now you're getting all kinds of requests. You can't let these people down.
Well, I mean, how about we do a duo, Mark? Or Lou. I've never heard Lou sing. Oh, yes, I have. He sings or he plays his guitar before all of his YouTube presentations. I forgot. So. But I will work on something for next week. There. How about that?
You're going to let down all these brothers?
I don't want to let him down, but I can just say his name. I say his name all the time. So that's about all I can do right now. Thank you, though. I appreciate all the confidence in my abilities, so I will work on it.
Phil,
hey, I'm waiting for one too.
What's that?
When's Rob going to sing with Yami?
Peer pressure. Yes, Yami. We could do something.
Hold Phil accountable. Phil, harmonic orchestra.
What's going on in the background?
And then the other
My wife is here now, and she said she'll take care of it.
Now you're in trouble.
Yes,
You got Phil in trouble.
He hears all the time, so I gotta do something. Okay, I'll get on it.
my organ.
We've never heard Tad sing. You got to sing us a song before you can get off, Tad. You're not allowed to ditch us without singing a song, man.
Hey, what about William? He's got that band stuff right in the back of him.
Yeah, William. I don't know why William ain't singing.
I don't either. They've got all that equipment back there on the wall. Take something down there and do a jam for us, William.
Constitutionally, I'm going to take the fifth.
If you knew William like I know William,
Tad, Yami says the alphabet song.
Ah, very good. Yes, yes.
There's another vote for Phil.
Oh my goodness. I guess I shouldn't be teasing Mark so much. I think he's got an underground email going.
No, I thought there's not for you to sing too.
My brother Steve, he was around back in the day when we used to do that thing, you know, so he might have a little testimony about that.
Can he sing, Steve?
If I were you, I would be asking someone else. And don't ask me because I'm worse than he is.
Well, anything in it? Anybody got anything else? Toria, you going to sing for us? You have a nice voice.
No, I do not. No.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do have a good voice. It needs, like everything, it just needs a little practice. Break off that rust, you know, sing in the shower a little more often, or,
Well,
you know.
I sing. I just don't sing with other people. My mom used to tell me that when we were young, if you can't sing, just keep quiet and listen to the music. Okay.
Had a kind of an idea when Tori was talking about all the different circuses that were around here, and for some reason it made me think of that movie Attack of the Killer Clowns. I've never really liked circuses, and I've never really liked clowns, but wouldn't it be kind of cool to make a little parody about Bozo the Clown and Bozo's Big Top, you know, and kind of just put all these pastors in it and, you know, kind of make it look like what it really is, and then, you know, take it someplace else where we really want it to go, you know, as we all leave the circus and what that might look like. That's kind of an idea.
What's interesting is instead of a tent, you know, here in Texas, they use metal buildings. So it's kind of it's a metal tent.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for him to invite me. That would be interesting.
I had a couple of comments on the story that you were telling us, Sister Toria. First off, what's the deal? You said you were glad it wasn't a Foursquare church. What's the deal? I'm not familiar.
Ooh, well, they're your Foursquares are you know, like this one. It has its own school, so it's deeper. So they're indoctrinating their kids more so. The speaking in tongues, you know, a lot of them you can take a class. You know, you can learn on instead of it being, you know, from Yahuwah. The indoctrination is unbelievable in a Foursquare.
Ah, gotcha. I was just wondering because we actually have one of those Foursquares right here in our little town of Prineville, Oregon. So it's probably the biggest circus building in town.
You know, it is pretty big, the one over here. We actually just got in the car last week just to see what was back there, and I was like, oh gosh, please don't be that one. But yeah, we found out it was the one behind that one. So yeah.
The other thing I was going to comment on, I think you said something about the pastor was an atheist for like the first 40 years of his life. Yeah. And I was going to ask, it seemed to me like I read in one of Brother Lou's books somewhere that the origin of atheist was in the beginning not believing in the many gods instead of the one. Is that correct, Brother Lou? Did I read that somewhere in one of your books?
Yes, I was explaining why the Roman, like Kaiser or Caesar, and all the Roman soldiers were so hateful towards the Natsarim, the first followers of Yahusha, because they thought that they were atheists because they wouldn't bow to the image that was there in all the public buildings. Remember that? See, when a person went into a Roman government building, there was an idol on one side or the other, just like a Catholic circus. You know, there was just like little niches in the wall, and they put little statues in there. And if they didn't bow, or face something and bow or kneel or genuflect or something, then they would be considered to be atheists.
Well, it's just like when I was in the
Thank you.
when I was young, the Baptist church, I thought it was interesting how when I was baptized and then later on my parents went to a different one, and in order to become a member, you had to be rebaptized. And I didn't understand that. I was like, well, if you already were, why do you have to be? Well, to be part of our family, you have to be rebaptized. That's just the Baptist way. I was like, okay, that makes no sense. And of course, my parents didn't stay at that one because of that.
There's Isaiah Diaz. He's in El Paso.
Phyllis was born in El Paso.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that you say El Paso, Isaiah, I remember now that you're from El Paso. I remember talking to you about that a couple of years back.
Okay, so what does Paso mean, and why is it God Paso? G-O-D, El Paso.
Isn't El the?
The L is like everything, and paso is path.
It's a pass?
Yeah, a path.
Passageway.
Like we
Okay.
say the narrow path. Well, El Paso is the path.
What's Rotha? What's Rotha?
That I don't know.
What?
El Paso Rotha.
Rotha.
Pero Rotha.
Oh, he was saying brother, but he misspelled it. He put it back up right after that.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
Makes sense.
All I have to say is it sounds to me like, Brother Steve, you were asking, about people in your area. Sounds like there's a lot down in that Texas area. A lot of you guys really close to each other. As far as I know,
Not really.
I haven't seen another brother or sister from Oregon on any of these gatherings. Closest one to me, I think, is Brother Cato down in California.
Well, El Paso and where I live in Texas to El Paso is 11 hours away from me.
Anywhere.
Yeah, you can go on one end of Texas to get to the other one. It's almost 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
The great state of Texas.
I experimented that once. We went from, I guess it's central Texas all the way to Santa Fe, and it was like 800 miles of windmills and cotton fields and nothing else.
Yeah, back when I was a bit younger and I was running over the road, we would meet in El Paso. A bunch of us would get together in El Paso, and we were all going to Louisiana or Florida or something like that. And back then we used to put together what we called freight trains, because the Texas County Mounties with their big old Texas hats, they loved to pull truck drivers over, because they had dual speed limits back in that day. We could go 60 during the day and 55 at night, and they would not fudge at all with you. That was a big source of revenue for them. So we'd put like 5 or 6 trucks together, and we'd spread them out about a half mile apart. We'd have a guy running point and another guy on the back, and we'd head out of El Paso towards Van Horn and then keep on trucking, man. And we'd do 128 mile an hour just flying like the wind. That was a lot of fun, but Texas is a beast of its own.
CB radio days.
Down
Well,
there
everybody,
in Louisiana, about a mile from Texarkana. Where you
I'm gonna
going?
get off of here. I'm gonna
You're
get
supposed
off
to
of
sing
here
a
and
song.
go join Mom. Sing a song.
You ain't allowed to leave till you sing a song, dude. I mean, you got to sing something.
The alphabet song.
The alphabet song. Really? only if you sing it with me, Sister Yami and Sister Sandra.
Oh,
You
there
got to
you
back
go.
me up
We'll
There
sing
you
it.
go.
We'll sing it with you.
because there's got to be somebody to repeat it, right?
Yes.
Are you ready, Sandra?
Okay.
Okay. Aleph bet,
Aleph,
Aleph, Bet,
Gimel dalet,
Gimo
Gimo,
Dalit.
Gimel, Dalet,
Hey Zayin,
Hey,
Hey,
Uasai.
Zayin,
Tet, Tet,
Tet,
Yod Kaf Lamed,
Yod Kaf Lamed,
Mem Nun Samek,
Mem Nun Samek,
Ain Pe Zadi Kuf,
Ein Pei Zadi Kuf,
Reshin Tau.
Rishing Tao.
There we go.
All praise to Yahusha.
All praise to Yahushua.
Thank you, Dad. Go enjoy your meal, brother. You
All
earned it.
right. You
earned
guys
it.
have a wonderful Shabbat.
All righty. Down in Louisiana, about a mile from Texarkana. Way back home in them cotton fields back home.
I love it.
I've been singing that song for 100 years, and that's the first time I ever heard it sound like that.
Say, Mama sing bass, Daddy sing tenor, and little Junior just hung right on in there. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Sandra, where do you live?
Where does Sandra live?
She's in Colorado.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Colorado Springs.
That's right. Colorado. She's closer to Tad than Cato. Cato's in LA.
Seriously, we gotta find a way of meeting each other. I think Yami and I were gonna head down to Texas next time. There's a few of you there.
What kind of vehicle you drive?
What? Oh, no, I have an SUV.
Okay, well, jump in your SUV and come on.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Pretty. We're planning on it already.
That's what we call it. We say, come on in. When you coming in?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess we're gonna try some. I know summer is pretty bad down there for the heat, so probably in the fall time.
Yeah, summer's brutal here for sure.
Especially when we are traveling.
We travel with
dogs.
these two, so we gotta keep them, somewhere where we can keep them cool in the car. They go with us everywhere. But they don't believe in staying home or at a kennel.
Yeah, falls.
That makes you wonderful parents.
We're the best customers at La Quinta Inn.
Is that a collie or an Australian Shepherd?
They're both Australian Shepherds.
Okay. Pretty dogs.
Very smart, actually.
They keep us young. They make us walk a lot and play with them a lot because they are very high energy. Hello, Cato.
Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Valerie. Hi, Cato. Did you throw all your crosses and statues of Mary and all that stuff out, brother?
I'm going to build a nice roaring, sorrowful fire of tears of joy. But yeah, it's kind of sentimental, so I'm going to do a thing about it and send it on its way. I almost threw it away this morning, but it's gonna be a fire. I take the wind out of this assembly, don't I?
Keep us informed.
Cool.
Throw it
Burn
away.
them so nobody else finds them.
Right, Valerie? You throw it out, right? No problem, right? There you go. Just look the other way and she'll take care of business for you.
I thought you weren't letting us on. I forgot to hit the enter studio button, so I was like, why?
Sometimes I don't look down there. It's I only got about a quarter of an inch to see after the first line. But
he's got a whole system thing here. There's like a whole bunch of screens, so it's like you can't tell what's what.
Yeah, so I got 3, 6, 7, 8 on the first line, then it drops to the underneath line, and I can only see about a quarter of an inch. And sometimes I miss it. I'm sorry if I leave you backstage too long. It's just I just hang down there.
It was an enter studio button. I think we had space and everything, and I was like, he's just not letting us on, is he?
I wouldn't do that to you, man.
Well, yeah. So she's the brains behind the artwork, and
yeah, I really appreciate all the hard work. I really like that. That's really pretty.
Thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
You can do that. How do you do that? You got a program or something, or?
Because I work with kids, so I'm a teacher. So I'm always making PowerPoints for the kids. So I kind of made it on a PowerPoint, but I had to adjust it, make little squares and arrows. It was challenging, but it was nice. I like the way it came out too.
Yeah, I thought it was really nice. All of you got it too, right? I sent it to everybody.
Yes.
Little charts you made.
I like the multiple schools of thought that keep coming to the same year, and same time frame.
Sandra just posted. She says, "I live in Colorado Springs, Colorado. However, I was raised in Texas." There you go.
There you go. Texas is the place to be, then, I guess.
Yeah, so a lot of us are running to it.
Yeah, I did a lot of cleaning out, the stuff like threw out crosses and pictures and everything and anything. My biggest deal was I've been collecting DVDs for eons, and I had to go through them and pick out all the J-Man movies and the BIBLE movies and all these other Christian movies and anything that had, and believe it or not, and I even had the whole series of Harry Potter, all kinds of stuff, man, that demons and devils and all these crazy movies. You know how Hollywood is. I had to pick through all them, man. I threw out stacks and stacks of movies, man. But it's just something we need to do, you know. I mean, some of these newer movies with Thor and these, superheroes and all this, you got to toss all them too. And Titans, that Titans movie, toss that.
And tossing all the Christian music even.
Oh yeah, all that, and it was just wow, you know. But just have to do it, man. You got to get rid of that stuff out of your house. Um, uh, you know, a lot of times people have rosaries and statues of Mary as if they came from a Catholicism background. You know, you got to toss all that. You know, how about statues of angels? You probably shouldn't have that either.
The cherubim, and the cherubim aren't even, they make them into baby angels, and that doesn't even exist.
There's something in Scripture about worshiping messengers.
Mhm.
Somewhere in there, it talks about that. I'll see if
And
I can find it.
And
Huh?
besides the fact, when you go into scripture, the only messengers that appeared to have wings were the fallen. The ones that were appeared here in scripture that went to Abraham and Sarah, Lot, it never speaks of them having any wings.
Yeah.
You know that that group that was making that movie, The Chosen, now has one about Abraham.
Really? The
And-
one that Mel Gibson did? Oh, The Chosen. Yeah.
And these films are financed by the churches, by people themselves. They don't take money from studios and stuff like that.
I've seen them actually. I've watched them all.
You watched all The Chosen?
Yeah, but I didn't know they had another one.
Yeah, they just announced it a few days ago. It came in the news. It's the story of Abraham.
Yeah, I had all those Bible movies, you know, and even that Passion of Christ movie.
I think Daniel, the book of Daniel, that one was pretty powerful.
Yeah, some of them are really good. It's too bad they don't use the right terminology, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Caitlin is, or Kathy, sorry. Kathy, Align by Yahuwah is asking how she can get a copy of your chart. Sorry if I screwed that up there, young lady.
Yeah. Oh, just give me your email. I'll send you a copy. I don't think I have your email. Send me your email, and I'll send it to you. Mine's, you can put it on here if you want. If you don't want to do that, mine's Mark August 410 at yahoo.com. Mark August 410 at yahoo.com. And I'll send you a copy. I'll send you mine in my handwriting, and I'll send you the one that Valerie did, because you can see the difference in amateur and professional.
William, when is your teaching that you do? When is that? That's on Wednesdays, but what time? Our time?
Yeah, Wednesday at 1 o'clock our time here in Texas Central Time, and another one at 6 p.m. our time. There's one at 6 p.m. our time.
Okay.
Both on Wednesday.
So go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that'll be the last one in the first 3-part series about the different stages of grief, and then recognizing the what happens when we pass away with the sleep with our fathers, and then we're going to talk about the what the soul looks like from a scriptural point of view next week, and kind of it's kind of all combined together, But that's where we'll be at next week, looking at the living soul, starting in the book of Genesis.
Going back to what I was talking about there, about statues of angels, people collect those. Believe it or not, that's that reference about messenger worship is in Colossians. It's in chapter 2, verse 18. And so it says, let no one deprive you of the prize, one who takes delight in false humility and worship of messengers, taking his stand on what he has not seen, puffed up by his fleshly mind. So interesting that it mentions that. So I would toss any pictures or statues of angels out as well. I know it might sound cruel, but it's better for you to throw all that stuff out than to be thrown into the lake of fire and lose your.
Well, doesn't it say somewhere too that anything that is from above or below, from anything from the Shamayim to the, from the waters of, below, that we are to carve or make any images or worship any of it?
Right.
Because those are things that we don't know. We don't know what they look like. We don't know.
That's true, man. I mean, some of those Malachim and those elders have faces of, don't they have faces of lions and some of like eagles and stuff like that?
Two-headed or whatever they are. There's so many different ones.
So that could be an image from above type thing. I mean, if you really want to get hardcore about it, I think the kneeling down and worshiping of them like that. I don't know if it was R.A. from Egypt, that God they had. Didn't he have a beak on him, like a falcon or eagle or something?
The Sphinx looking thing.
I think he had like bird's feet and a beak.
Yeah.
Some kind of bird. So if you'd have some kind of statue like that in your house, you definitely.
They were giants too in the pictographs. They're also giants. The size of those things were huge.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got to be kind of careful with what's in our house, I guess. The key phrase there is bowing down to them, though. You know what I mean? If you had like some kind of pottery of a hippopotamus or something, just say, or like one of these bookends, like I have right here, this lion head, this bookend. I'm not bowing down to that thing, man. And plus it says the Lion of Yehuda. He's from the tribe of Yehuda, the Lion of Yehuda. So I just kind of, I'm not bowing down to it, man. It's a bookend. You know what I mean? So I think there's a fine line there as well. But if the statue or the figurine or whatever it is an image of a God or something like Buddha or whatever, we shouldn't have that kind of stuff. No matter if you're bowing down to it or not, don't matter. It's the perception.
All right. It's like clothing. You have all these clothing lines, of course we know a lot of them are pretty blatant, but then you have ones you don't know. But I mean, you got to wear clothes. It's hard to find things with nothing on them. I order my stuff online, but to find a plain t-shirt these days, without something on it that's derogatory or, has a pyramid or something on it.
Yeah, I know. I think we just need to be aware and try to be careful with all that. Yeah, a lot of the name brand, some of the name brand stuff is named after GODs or GODDESS. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but isn't Jordache one or?
Probably. Who knows? It's the black horse, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's some, I can't remember them right now. Not coming to my mind, but they're fairly popular clothes.
Even Ocean Pacific, they use the pyramid. The wave is actually in a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
It's just everything is.
And some cars are named after.
I think almost all of them, and they all have the Saturn symbol. Even
Taurus.
Ford, Taurus, all of them. Working at Ford, I can tell you, I see all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have to have the names of the vehicles have to be so evil. It's like even motorcycle stuff. Everything's like skulls and nothing's plain.
I know. It's like they worship death is what they're doing.
Yeah. Just because I ride a bike doesn't mean I'm with Hell's Angels. Come on.
Right. Some people see a motorcycle and the first thing comes to their mind, Hell's Angel, out to get
Right.
Well, it's the perception,
Yeah, it is.
the way they're perceiving it, man.
I mean, it was really, I mean, just finding a helmet, I think would be so simple, but it's not.
Yeah.
And so many things have the lightning bolt. Remember, even the brand lightning bolt back in the day, the surfer wear, everything that has lightning bolts is a representation of Hashatan.
Yeah.
I mean, AC/DC has it right in between their.
And AC/DC is people that go back and forth, right?
Right.
Homosexuality or whatever.
Yeah.
Flippers, they flip back and forth.
Yeah.
Now, how about Black Sabbath? I mean,
Oh yeah. And then you got symbols. I mean, you got Prince. He's got a symbol.
Yeah, I think we have to stay away from that stuff, as weird as that sounds, because I think it invites the wrong types of ruachs around us,
Oh yeah. Well, if you're a believer and somebody sees it on you, what are they going to question?
It's not a good image, for somebody who claims to be a believer either. But I think it opens up the door to demonic harassment, really.
I mean, even in your clothing, just to find a cotton shirt, 100%. Good luck. They've mixed materials now, which causes friction in your body.
Mm-hmm. Right. How about those big globes? People sit outside in their gardens and stuff. The big round balls.
Oh yeah.
Shouldn't have those.
Nope.
I don't know, all kinds of stuff, really. I mean, I've even known people have Ouija boards in their closets because they're old ones, like.
Oh, it was my grandfather's. No, get rid of it.
You're right. And Ouija boards, man, they're spooky.
They even made a movie.
They did.
I didn't watch it, of course, but I just know that they did. Mm-hmm. They even made a movie of Krampus, the Krampuses. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Fortune telling with the crystal balls. They got movies out with that. All kinds of crazy stuff.
I mean, you can't even go to the fair. The fairs were all about, they'll tell you your fortune, or you can go to there's clowns, and it's just the whole thing. It just, wow.
Tarot card readers,
yes.
Psychics, all that stuff is we're too.
Let me guess your age.
Yeah, even that,
Wishing wells.
Exactly. All that. We should avoid it.
I mean, all of us have done it as a kid. Do you go to a amusement park and you got to throw the pennies in the water, and make a wish.
I know. I was watching last year. I watched a baseball game. I haven't watched sports and baseball game in a long time. I can't even remember who the players who. Maybe I was watching the playoffs last year. But anyway, this dude hit a home run. Nobody on base. He hits this home run, and I'm not kidding you, man. He dropped his bat and threw up the Satan hand signal, and ran around all them bases, flipping the Satan sign to the crowd, and they were just cheering like mad.
Wow, he just made a circle, and he's doing that inside the circle. Wow.
Ain't that weird, man? I couldn't believe he was doing that. I said, you got to be kidding me, man.
Doing things unaware.
I must be out of the world or something, because that stuff, they're doing all that and cheering and everything. It just seems awful weird to me, but man, they're just cheering up a storm. That guy flipping the Satan sign at them.
Well, they worship him. That's their hero. It's their, what do they call them? Their, when they're movie stars, they're their idol.
Yeah, the movie stars do it.
All
They
idols.
rock concerts, they do it. You know, sports, they do it. And they must all know what they're doing. I mean, I think most of them know that they're cheering for Satan.
I mean, look at LeBron James. First it was he would grab the stuff in his hand and he'd puff it up and he'd do the Illuminati symbol. He doesn't do it since he's been with the Lakers, but
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
unfortunately, that's one thing my husband does watch is basketball. But because I told him that stuff's all set up, it's all fake. You know, it's all Illuminati thing, and you would just and he's after I said it, he's starting to see it all. He's like, I don't even know why I watch this stuff anymore because you see players just standing around when instead of like getting in the game, it's like, what are you doing? It's because it's fixed. They're not supposed to be doing whatever they're not supposed to be playing a well game.
Yeah, the whole world's contaminated, really.
All about money.
I just think the farther we can remove ourselves from the world, the closer we get to you. I really do. I mean, eliminating. And this is it sounds dramatic here, but I'm saying eliminating TV, radio, sports, rock, music, just, all kinds of stuff, get away from the world totally. I think you get closer to Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
If you know Yahuwah, and you're giving all that up for him. But there's people that do that. I've went without television for 3 to 5 years at different times.
Yeah, I don't. When people bring up movies, I have to say my parents were very strict as we were growing up. So most of the movies I've never even seen or have any interest in it. But I have friends all the time. Oh, remember this movie? Oh, what about this movie? And I don't. And they think it's odd that I just don't watch movies. I say I'll ruin it for you because I'm going to pick it apart. So it's best I don't.
Yeah, Hollywood's just demonic as no get out, man. They really are. But that's why one of the reasons I started saving, collecting movies was because I didn't have television. And so I would just go buy a movie and watch it,
We weren't even allowed to watch MTV. I used to have to go to my neighbor's house.
And my wife's family was the same way. So kids weren't allowed to watch TV. They weren't allowed to do anything, basically. So they were raised very strict. And she would hide in her bedroom. She had a little transistor radio, and she would listen to it turned down, so her parents didn't hear it. But it makes you wonder,
Yeah.
That's the way we should be doing all this new technology, all this stuff. Is it polluting our minds? Is it pulling us farther and farther away from Yahuwah? Is Satan using it for a tool to, lead people astray with? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, theoretically, getting on this computer, and you get surf the web and stuff like that. Look at all the stuff you run across. You hit YouTube and look what comes up on your screen, man.
Oh yeah, and you don't ask for it, but it sure comes up.
It sure comes up.
I mean, if you watch sports, it automatically puts up nudity because it's assuming it's a man watching it.
Really?
Like I like motorcycles, so sometimes I scroll through and look at stuff. So the manly stuff starts shooting at me.
Really?
Yeah, because they assume I'm a man, so they're trying to intrigue me. So I just don't like hardly looking up anything anymore.
That must be like temptation.
Yeah, I think it is.
Satan uses to tempt us with.
Well, he certainly uses clothing.
Uses everything. He's all over, man. He's definitely the ruler of this world. But yeah, The more we clean that stuff out of our house, folks, I think the better we are. I really do. I guess it's just how badly we want to be, eliminate the devil out of our life and the world out of our life. How bad do you want to please Yahuwah, be a Yahuwah pleaser? It's not an easy thing to throw all that stuff out and not watch TV and all this and that. And sometimes you look at people that do that and you say, oh, they're overzealous, they're being over dramatic or whatever. But when you really start looking at it in their shoes, you start thinking, man, maybe they're right. I mean, you can't watch hardly anything on TV without being exposed to satanic stuff, one way or the other.
Commercials, even.
Yeah, commercials full of them, man. And even the news networks, when the holidays come around, that's all they talk about. They promote them holidays. So, yeah. Got to be strong-minded,
But the one thing I do like about the Heli Days is when somebody brings it up, oh, it's coming, or, oh, guess what? It gives me a chance to, oh, I don't do that. I don't do any of those things. I don't even think about it. Really? Why? So it brings up for conversation.
Yeah, that's true. You can use it for the good too.
Like for example, yesterday, I didn't even know that it was a Heli Day, but it was brought to my attention. I just laughed.
Really? I didn't know.
Yeah, I guess St. Patrick's Day or whatever.
Oh.
See, yeah. Only because the girl that I was working with, she's like, I wore my green shirt. And I'm like, why? It didn't even and I was like, okay, so you wore a green shirt. And I'm like, why? She's like, because. And I was like, oh, okay.
Aren't you supposed to pinch them or something like that if they don't wear a green shirt? I think you're supposed to pinch them or something.
Yeah, something like that. Stupid.
Really dumb.
That's something you do when you're like 10.
Yeah. Speaking of that, we got Passover rolling around here pretty soon again, huh? Boy, that's starting to get close. Within a couple weeks of that. Man, that seemed to come back fast, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did. I requested my time off.
I think it's on the 4th and 5th this year, I think.
Well, you guys do it on a different time than I do, but I believe you guys have it on, the 5th, the 4th and the 5th.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Go through Passover here again and first fruits and unleavened bread.
Yeah.
Shabuah.
The wave sheath offering.
Yeah. So you got all that coming up.
Don't forget the New Year.
Yeah, that's true too. New Year's on what? This year, March 23rd or 22nd or something?
I'm not sure. I have it, well, for the calendar that I follow, it was March 15th.
Mm-hmm. There's Lou showing something there. Yeah, it's on March 22nd to the sunset on the 23rd.
23rd, okay.
And then Passat's on April 4th, it looks like. How many people actually do the traditional supper or the meal?
I don't do it anymore.
Does anybody do that?
Are we going to watch the moon to dictate whether it's on the 5th or 6th?
The moon is a day, a new month.
But 15 days after the first sliver, right?
The 14th day.
14 days? Oh. Okay.
It depends how you do it because there's different ways that people choose to do it.
Our festival's on the full moon. You got to remember that.
Then it goes by the equinox. It depends on when it is.
It always falls on the full moon. Has to.
That'd be the 6th.
And what scripture is that? I'm sorry.
See if I can find it. I can't remember. Do you remember?
You can read Good Eyes.
It's Leviticus 23.
Where it says our feast is on the full moon.
Oh, that would be in the Psalms.
Yeah, right. Psalms 81:3.
Yeah, there you go.
What?
81:3.
I can't find it.
Yeah, Psalms 81:3. Where's all that noise coming from?
I don't know.
Okay, so Psalms 81:3 says, blow the ram's horn at the time of the new moon, at the full moon on our festival Yom. So what we concentrate on is at the full moon on our festival Yom. So we know the only one that falls on the new moon as far as the appointed times is trumpets. What is that, Lou? What are you showing us? What a month is?
Yeah, Lou, aren't you going to be doing the appointed times at natsarimlife.com coming up the 23rd? Is that when you're doing that?
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the next videos that I'll do on Natsarim Life. Yeah,
Okay.
It'll just be basically breaking it down.
Okay, good. Anybody wants to be there, he's going to be there. He's the guy.
Well, I'm just a student. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you got there, Chad? You gonna blow it for us, man?
I'll try.
Okay. You're muted, Lou. Well, let's do your blow on that thing.
Okay, let's blow on this baby. Here. You have to warm up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I probably can't even blow mine. I haven't done it in a year.
And the ram's horns are pretty tricky to blow. I've got two of them. This bigger one here, and then I've got this one here too. They sound so different.
They say when a demon hears a ram's horn blow, they take off, man.
Mine looks like an elephant nose.
Lou's face is getting all red. Breathe, brother, breathe. Face was getting all red from blowing that thing, man. You gotta breathe.
Hooray!
That one. Whoever's doing that one knows what they're doing.
Who was that? Look at
You little stinker, you were hiding over there doing it, huh? Now that's a nice sound to that one.
I didn't get to warm up.
I know what you're saying. I ain't even going to embarrass myself. I ain't blown on that in a year. I know I'll mess up.
Well, the trick is if you do the ram's horns, get the small ones.
Yeah.
And do a lot of practice on them before you get to one of the big ones. But they do sound a lot different. This one sounds more like a scream.
Mm-hmm.
To where this one's got like 3 or 4 different more notes. But they're really cool.
Yeah, some people, man, they can just blow them things like unbelievable, you know.
Come on, Cato.
Big try, my little one.
We haven't heard Cato's. I saw it.
Cato.
Ah, little one.
Let's hear that thing, man. Blast on that.
Nice.
Wow. That sounded like a call to war or something.
Oh, a noisy cricket. That's
Sound like a screaming.
But when my great grandkids were in here, I'd have them blow theirs, and they can blow them things. That's amazing. Ain't in here though. Got the demons running for cover, blowing them shofars.
Heck yeah. I should go blow it and see what my chickens do.
I like to step outside with mine and blow it, you know. I don't know how far the sound travels, but probably pretty far.
It'd be nice to have one like Lou's and do that.
Mm-hmm. You have to travel fairly far.
I got my sister one like Lou's.
Mm-hmm. There's Kaylee back. Come on in and sing us a song, Shelly. We've been waiting on you. Hope all's well. That was awesome, Toria. See? Better than you think. Yeah. Anybody got any song they want to sing?
But
Or
I did learn a lesson. When you do buy one, make sure, because some of them smell, but when you breathe, you don't breathe in because those things go into your chest and can actually make you very sick. So you always make sure you blow out of them, never suck in.
Yeah. I heard that some of them actually sound really well and some don't. And so you have to ask for one that's made to actually use rather than just be a decor. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard.
That, and I've been told you got to be careful where you purchase them because you might get one that's not hollowed out.
Yeah.
And that would be.
They're supposed to test and see if they actually sound good, and if they are made to blow, it's not so hard to do. But the ones that are made just for decor, they're not good sounds. Then they're just supposed to be for display, but they'll sell them to you just like they would if it was a real instrument,
Is that what you have behind you?
Huh?
On that bookshelf, is that just for decor or you could blow that one? Brother Mark.
You talking about this one?
No, well, I guess I didn't even see that one. The other was
last night.
Oh, okay. That was the one to your left?
Yeah, that one over there's you can blow. It's made to blow. This one over here is just it's for anointing oil. It's not a shofar.
Okay. Whoa. There's oil in there?
Well, you can put oil in it, but see, it's got this plug on there. See the plug?
Yeah.
So you put oil. See, it's not open. You put anointing oil in there, and you can anoint. someone for whatever. It's just, that's what it is.
That's
It's
so
not
cool.
a real shofar. It's for anointing oil. But this one here is a shofar. Now, see.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
That
real shofar, so you can see the whole.
So cool.
But I don't blow this. I just use it for decor.
Right back on.
Here's the one that I usually blow. That's just the one I blow right here.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, you say you blow it. Let's hear it.
I haven't blown this thing in a year. I probably can't make any noise out of it. I'll try it. Let me see if I can do it.
Yeehaw.
I haven't messed with that in about a year. I wish one of my grandkids would pop in here. You'd be surprised how they can blow them pretty good.
Is that shofar oil? Shofar, so good.
It's an anti-odor spray to help get rid of that smell inside of it.
Interesting. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, the shofar I bought came with that actually, in a nice little bag that they put it in, and some instructions. And I tried blowing it, and I thought my head was going to explode. So I need to practice a little bit more. Needed some oxygen. I was laying on the floor. Yeah, you can actually buy this on Amazon, proshofar.com, are the ones that sell the packages. proshofar.com. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's all in really vibrating your lips, you know what I mean? Nothing in the air. Like, so you go like this. Like that with your lips. That's what you're supposed to do on them shofars. You know, blow them like a trumpet. Or just
William.
like it's the vibration on your lips that makes the sound.
Yes, sir.
The guy from NTOI is supposedly teaches. He's supposed to be a great shofar blower.
Yeah, Steve Berkson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
There's some really good people. You blow them shofars, man. Beautiful sound out of them.
Yeah. On that song that you played last week, remember what's that beautiful song where he blows the shofar at first and then he starts singing?
Oh, the Shema?
Shema. Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to. I just love the way that thing opens up with that shofar that's blown. That guy is well practiced.
Yeah, that's a 2-minute one he had.
Yeah.
The long song's like 25 minutes, but then he's got that little 2-minute one. He opens up with the shofar blow. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Lou, you remember Mattiyahu at End Time Watchman? He used to open up his videos with that shofar blowing. Have you seen or heard from Mattiyahu at all? I think his channel went down, didn't it?
I'm not really sure if it's still up or not, but I never saw it go down. But I'll check real quick. Let's see, YouTube. Yeah, there's YouTube. Now I have to just look for our friend's name. Hey, there it is. Yeah, that would be. It was just called Matityahu, right?
In time
no,
watch.
Oh no, in time watchman, sure.
In time watchman, yeah.
He hasn't put anything out in a long time, man.
I know. I was worried about him, man, because he was a good brother, man. He was filled with it. Okay, yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there, but he hasn't posted anything new.
I know he was kind of struggling with some things at one time, and then he kind of came back and was putting some more videos out, and it was good to see him. And then again, he just got kind of quiet. So, Kinsley, do you hear from him? Is Kinsley, you're here, right? Have you heard from him, Kinsley?
Well, it says he just posted 6 minutes ago.
He does?
Yeah, he just did a 42-minute.
What?
42 point, yeah. And then he did one 2 days ago for 34 minutes.
Wow, I never got an alert from him because I've been on his channel for a long time.
You know what though? The algorithm probably pushed it out. You have to go back and like add them back in because they did something to where only certain ones that you listen to the most show up.
Yeah, he did. He had one 16 hours ago. Shabbat Talk 16 hours ago. One was 3 days ago. Okay,
so
I must be missing something because I love the brother, man. I love being there. He's on fire.
Oh yeah, he's one of the most intelligent people of all. Just to do a live show like that, he's really good.
Yep. Thanks, Toria.
You're welcome.
Oh, here we go. Well, what the heck? That's not him. Well, maybe it is.
Stop stuffing sopping wet bags of ice into your cooler.
Hang on a minute,
I've
get
got
rid
a
of this
brand new
commercial.
fridge on wheels that keeps your food ice.
Oh, here it is. I like this one. Listen to this. Isn't that amazing? What a beautiful sound, man. It just, I don't know, man. It just does something to me when I hear that. What a beautiful sound. I wish I could do that. Make it sound like that, man. That's awesome.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Man, that was beautiful. That was so beautiful. Oh my gosh. That just brings it all home, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Wow. Thank you, everybody, for the prayers. I believe everything's going to be okay. But I wanted to read some lyrics, if that was okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I hope Sister Phyllis is listening because I just have a feeling she probably loves this song too. It's a song that I really love, and I've been allowing myself to listen to it recently, and it just speaks a lot about what we're all learning, I believe anyway. It says, some of you will recognize it. I'm only reading the lyrics. Love is but a song we sing, fears the way we die. You can make the mountains ring or make the angels cry. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Though the bird is on the wing and you may not know why, come on, people now, smile on your brother. Everybody get together, try to love one another right now. Some may come and some may go. We will surely pass. When the one that left us here returns for us at last. Wow. We are but in moments.
That's the young bloods.
You got that right. We are but a moment's sunlight fading in the grass. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Yeah. If you hear the song I sing, you will understand. Listen. You hold the key to love and fear, all in your trembling hand. Just one key unlocks them both. We all know who the key is. It's there at your command. I said, come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
That's a beautiful lyrics.
Thank you. That's awesome. That's the young bloods.
Yes. Love them. Love that song.
Kinsley says that somebody's posting his old videos, William. Someone has been reposting his old videos.
Okay, because I know we've been kind of communicating back and forth. I think it was maybe early last year, and he just come out with, like I said, a couple of videos, and then he just got quiet again, and then his site went down, and I just noticed on the website that he's got posted now, he's only got 81 subscribers, and I've been subscribed to him since I think like 2016, 17, something like that, you know? So yeah, maybe somebody else is doing that.
Yeah, she said the last time I heard from him, he told me that.
Okay. Thank you, Kinsley.
I think he still talks to Jason and RT once in a while. I think they told me that he calls them once in a while. So I'm not really sure what's going on there, but yeah. Wow, that chauffeur blowing just does something to me, man. That's mind blowing stuff. I don't know what. Here's the 2-minute one if you want to hear it. It almost sounded like a small one like Chad had or Cato had. Didn't it, Cato? Kind of like the same note as the one you blew. Blow that one you got again. You got it there? Kind of blow on that. Listen to the note. So he's blowing it real hard.
Oh, you got to do a soft?
Yeah, but something about the way you blow through it, you hit different notes by the way you're blowing through it, but soft or medium or hard.
I just go for the horn. Like,
guys can see that. You don't blow a lung, man. So listen to it again now. See.
I need the link.
Yeah, that's devoted to Yah. He has a channel too on YouTube.
He used to follow them probably about, I don't know, three years ago or more. It was just some things that I stopped, but his music is amazing. He's got some beautiful music.
His music's great, man. Awesome. I don't agree with a lot of his teachings, but his music's fantastic. Yeah, so you want to, if you want to download that music, just go to Devoted to Yah. It's free download. He'd let you download it for free.
They're all on my phone. I've had them on there for a long time.
Yeah, I've had some of his songs for quite a while myself. That new one he's got out called Love is pretty good too.
Oh, yeah, it really is.
That would make a good ringtone for my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of Yama Ensemble?
Yama Ensemble.
They have a shofar song that it's absolutely the most beautiful shofar I've ever heard. It's on YouTube, but I can't remember the name of it, but I'm pretty sure it's like shofar music, Yama Ensemble. Really good.
Let me see if I can find it. What's it called? Shofar music?
Just put in shofar Yama Ensemble. I can't remember exactly the name of the song, but it starts out about the first 30 to 45 seconds is a guy playing the shofar up on stage. And it's like a band, but he starts it all out. It's a beautiful song.
You saying shofar Yamaha?
No, Yama, Yamma Ensemble is the name of the band. Yama Ensemble. Or Ensemble. Maybe my texting is messing up.
I think I have him here. Jewish prayer, Otis, scripture, wind instrument.
I believe that's it.
The wind instrument, shofar?
I believe so. If it's Yama Ensemble, it is.
That's who it is.
Yeah, that'd be it then.
Hey, he's got a shofar in his hands. Two guys and a girl?
Yes, and I'm telling you, this man blows a ram's horn, and it's almost Well, I know it was created for a pleasant sound to our ears, but it's beautiful.
Here, let me share screen it.
Okay.
He sounds pretty good. There he is. Anybody want to?
I think we lost the audio there, Mark.
Thank you.
There you go. That's pretty. Very pretty. That chauffeur in the beginning, man, that's I think them little ones like that make those high pitched sounds, you know. The bigger ones make the deeper.
They're big into all the ancient instruments that was used in the word and everything. Wind instruments, 10 strings, harp, all that good stuff. Got a lot of good music.
Oh yeah, I was wondering why everything looked so old that they were playing there. Makes sense. Oh yeah, it says the oldest scriptural wind instruments they use. That's pretty cool. Very
There's
good.
also a gentleman called Kyle Lovett. He does the shofar too. It's beautiful.
What's his name?
Kyle Lovett.
Kyle.
Yeah.
I spell Levitt. L.
Lovett.
Well, if he's in the live.
Yeah, that's him. I was listening to him a while back. It's an instrumental with the shofar. They're beautiful. There's a shofar intercession that he does, instrumental.
Yeah, I got it. You want me to play it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Okay, hang on a second. I know this is Lou's favorite part of the
Music, yes.
assembly, playing this music. There we go. I think I got him here. All right. There he is. And voila. Uh-oh, we got to deal with Granny.
Little advertisement.
Don't buy another pair of glasses until you've seen what this new invention can do. These self-adjustable glasses
There you go. That one's about an hour and 30 minutes long. So we won't watch the whole thing. Pretty though. I like when the
They
harp.
even have another one that's 3 hours and something.
Wow. That's something you could play and go to bed, you know, crash out, listen to that thing.
Meditate on his word.
Yeah. Yeah, even to be reading scripture, playing it in the background. When I do that, I got to turn it way down low, though, so it doesn't. It's hard for me to keep reading if it's too loud. Pretty songs, man. Anybody else got a song they want to sing to Yahuwah or do a dance to Yahuwah? There's Chad showing us Texas. You go. Seeing where you want to see Texas. There he is.
Man, what a beautiful view, brother.
Can't hear you, man. You're muted.
I was just saying, it's a little piece of paradise. I just wanted to share it with you.
Yeah, where is that exactly?
King, Texas. It's about an hour southwest of Waco. It's we don't even have a post office. It's I guess you call it a community. There's a lot like that in Texas. Just a little small suburb of a little small town. The closest town is Gatesville.
Okay. Yeah, I know where you're at. Yeah. Southwest of Waco would be north west of Austin, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in between like Gatesville and Coppers Cove.
Coppers Cove, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Fort Hood area.
You're fairly close to Brick. You down
Where's
there?
Brick?
I can't remember what town he lives in now, slipping my mind. But he's down there close to you, man.
Well, that gentleman earlier that was on, was it Steve from Round Rock? It's about an hour from here.
Not from Round Rock. It's Brick's. He's down there around San Antonio, west of it, like southwest of it.
I think that was Frank from Round Rock, wasn't it? Steve's in Osaki, Kansas.
Right.
Yeah, and Tori is in Angleton, and I'm just a little farther south down at the beach.
Yeah.
Down at Surfside Beach. Cool.
Yeah. Hi, Phyllis. Welcome back. You worried me. You got off of there so quick as I didn't know what happened.
I had a surprise visit by somebody I hadn't seen for a long time, and I'm sorry I left so quick.
Yeah, that's okay. I just kind of worried a little bit when I saw you dash out of there that fast. I'm like, oh, everything's all right.
I was actually excited. Sorry.
Well, that explains things.
And I wanted Shelley to know that I did hear the song.
Yeah. I don't know if Shelly's still on or not.
I think she just said goodbye. All right. I'm going to let Lou have his throne back.
Oh.
Can you get him to play us a song before you go, Phyllis?
Come on, play us a song.
What song?
Play a song.
You mean like a guitar song?
Yeah.
Like that's maybe to the tune that Shelley was.
Yeah.
No, not that.
My mind's blank.
Get on the love train. Love train.
Love Train. All I know is basically pop songs, and I don't want to destroy the mood. Yeah. You know, I don't think you all want to hear Thank You for Letting Me Be Myself. Sly and the Family Stone. Yeah. I'm just.
Kinsley's here.
Hey, Kinsley.
I see.
What? Saw that new. We saw the banner. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a nice banner.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, the it has an office space.
That's
Yeah.
okay. That's no. Let her do her stuff, okay. So
It's a closet with like a zipper thing on it. So very kind of cuts the living room off a little bit.
Right the vaccine off at the corner of so you got
Y'all breaking up pretty bad there, Kinsley. Breaking up. Y'all outside or inside? Kinsley, are you inside or outside?
I'm inside.
Oh, okay. You're breaking up there a little bit.
They better not be using it.
My sound is kind of weird. Inside. I'm in.
Wait, Bella, no. Still coming.
Yeah.
She growling. She growling to somebody, ain't she?
Jordan.
Yeah, our Rottweiler. He's going after her.
I got you.
No, it's not going with my voice.
Yeah, you have to redo it. I have to refresh it. Rascal.
Yeah.
Oh, if we could just get a song from Toria, our day would be. How about you, Valerie? You look like you can sing. Are you a singer? No? Sure fool me, you look like one. Does anybody want to read some
I
script?
just sang with Tad.
What's that?
I just sang with Tad.
Okay. You did?
That was me singing with him.
Well, I thought that was Shelly, or not Shelly, Yami.
Can you repeat that? She didn't hear you.
No, I thought that was Yami singing with Tad. It was.
He was too.
It was
you-
Yami.
okay.
Yeah, Sandra.
I get you. Well, I don't know. Does Yami want to sing another song, Raul?
He's busy with our puppies right now.
Oh, you have puppies?
Well, the ones you saw, not real puppies, but that's how they learned the alphabet, by singing that song with Tad.
Would anybody like to read some scriptures or a Psalms for us? With Passover coming up, it's kind of tradition to read Psalms 113 through 118. I don't know if y'all are interested. If somebody'd like to read the Psalms, it'd be cool. Or maybe does somebody have a favorite song they'd like
Can you
to?
repeat that verse again?
Traditionally for Passover, they usually read Psalms 113 through 118. If anybody has a favorite Psalms they'd like to read, I think one of my favorites might be Psalms 91. I kind of like that song. Anybody got a favorite psalm you'd like to share, or read, or sing a song, or do a dance to Yahuwah, or a poem or something? There's some pretty good psalms, man. Some of them are really powerful. Anybody?
I'll read Psalms 95.
Oh, okay, go for it.
He says, "Come, let us sing to Yahuwah. Let us raise a shout to the rock of our deliverance. Let us come before his face with thanksgiving. Let us rise a shout to him in song. For Yahuwah is great, and a great king above almighty ones, in whose hands are the depths of the Eretz. The mountain peaks are his also. His is the sea, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry lake. Come, let us bow down and bend low. Let us kneel before Yahuwah our Maker, for he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. Today, if you would hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as in Meribah and as in the days of Massah in the wilderness, when your fathers tried me. He proved me, though they saw my work. For 40 years I was grieved with that generation and said, they are a people who go astray in their hearts, and they do not know my ways. And I swore in my wrath, if they entered into my rest." Thanks.
Thanks, William. That was pretty, man. Anybody else got a favorite psalm they want to read?
I would like to read Psalm 24.
Okay.
The Eretz belong to Yahuwah, and all that fills it, the world and those who dwell in it. For he has founded it upon the Yamim, and upon the Mayim he does establish it. Who does go up into the mountain of Yahuwah? And who does stand in his set-apart place? He who has innocent hands and a clean heart, who did not bring his life to naught, and did not swear deceivingly. He receives a blessing from Yahuwah, and righteousness from the Elohim of his deliverance. This is the generation of those who seek him, Yakub, who seek your face, Salah. Lift up your heads, you gates, and be lifted up, you everlasting doors, and let the sovereign of steam come in. Who is the sovereign of steam? Yahuwah, strong and mighty. Yahuwah, mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, you gates, even lift up, you everlasting doors, and let the sovereign of steam come in. Who is the sovereign of steam? Yahuwah Sabaoth. He is the sovereign of steam. Selah.
Beautiful, Yami. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Yami. Anybody else got a favorite psalms?
I love all of Psalms, but can I read 113?
Go ahead.
Praise Yah, praise servants of Yahuwah, praise the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah now and forever. From the rising of the sun to its going down, the name of Yahuwah is praised. Yahuwah is high above all nations, his esteem above the Shamayim. Who is like Yahuwah our Elohim, who is enthroned on high? He looks down on the Shamayim, and in the Eretz he raises the poor out of the dust, lifts the needy from a dunghill, to make him sit with the nobles of his people. causing the barren to dwell in a house, a rejoicing mother of children. Praise Yah.
Boy, there sure are a lot of good Psalms, isn't there? The shortest Psalms in all of Psalms is 117. It's the shortest one. Praise Yahuwah, all you nations. Extol him, all you peoples. For his kindness is mighty over us, and the truth of Yahuwah is everlasting. Praise Yah. That's the shortest one. The cute one, isn't it? 119 is the longest. Toria, you got a favorite song? Anybody got one they want to say? 138's kind of good. I know Yami likes 150.
How about 93?
Okay.
Yahuwah shall reign. He shall put on excellency. Yahuwah shall put on strength. He shall gird himself. Indeed, the world is established, immovable, four corners, flat earthers. Your throne is established from old. You are from everlasting. Rivers shall lift up, O Yahuwah, rivers shall lift up their voice. Rivers lift up their breakers. Yahuwah on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, the mighty breakers of the sea. Your witness have been very trustworthy, and set apartness benefits your house, Yahuwah, forever.
Wow.
Yami's gonna sing one more for you. She went to get her quattro.
Yay. How about you, Tori? You got a favorite one?
Yeah, I like 23, which, I think most people know, I'm sure. Yahuwah is my shepherd, nothing do I need. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still Mayim. He returns my breath. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. When I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You
No, you
spread
gotta
before me a table in the face of my enemies. You have anointed my head with oils. My cup overflows. Only goodness and loving kindness follow me all the yamim of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Yahuwah for the duration of yamim.
That's a good Psalms to say if you're feeling any type of demon attack or something, or if you're losing your peace or something. That's always a good one to go to and recite. Is Psalms 23.
Dile algo, vamos, pues.
98.
I think they're waiting on you. No, it's open.
What about 98?
98.
I'll start reading it.
Okay.
And I'll sing a little bit of it. Sing to Yahuwah a new song, for he has done wonders. His right hand and his set apart arm have brought him deliverance. Yahuwah has made known his deliverance. His righteousness he has openly shown. before the eyes of the nations. He has remembered his kindness and his trustworthiness to the house of Israel. All the ends of the Arets have seen the deliverance of our Elohim. And then I'm sure you're going to remember this. Raise a shout to Yahuwah, all the Arets. Break forth in song, rejoice and sing praises. Raise a shout to Yahuwah, all the Arets. Break forth in song, rejoice and sing praises. Sing to Yahuwah with a lyre and the voice of a song, with the trumpets and the sound of the horn. Sing to Yahuwah with a lyre and the voice of a song, with the trumpets and the sound of a horn. Raise a shout to Yahuwah, all the Arets. Break forth in song, rejoice and sing praises. Raise a shout to Yahuwah, all the Arets. Break forth in song, rejoice and sing praises. Sing to Yahuwah with a lyre and the voice of a song, with trumpets and the sound of a horn. Sing to Yahuwah with a lyre and the voice of a song, with trumpets and the sound of a horn.
Right on, right on, right on.
That's a fun one.
That's a fun one. Anybody else? How about you, Valerie? You got a favorite Psalms? '90 and '91 are both real good. How about you, Steve? You got a favorite song, bro? Want me to pick one for you? Yeah. How about 90? Want to read Psalms 90, Steve?
I would rather not read today if you don't mind.
Okay. You don't have to.
Thank you.
Anybody else? In Psalm 74, 13 and 14, it says, "You divided the sea by your might. You broke the heads of the sea serpents in the Mayam. You broke the heads of Leviathan in pieces. You made him food for the people living in the wilderness." What do y'all think of that one?
Is that an end time prophecy?
I don't know. It seems it's
Leviathan?
yeah, that Leviathan. It seems to be something with the a Hebrew fable or something. I'm not real sure. Something like that. It's kind of like a three-headed monster, really. I think it's what it really is in Hebrew fable.
Is Leviathan kosher?
Well,
Could have been them guys over in Scotland were eating that one over there. What, the Loch Ness? Maybe that was Leviathan's brother.
Did they eat him?
I don't know. They haven't found him yet, and somebody might have eaten him.
That's Nessie, right?
Anybody else want to read a Psalms or do a dance to Yahuwah? Read scripture? Say a poem? Psalms 1 is interesting. Have you ever read that? It's a pretty interesting little psalm. It says, "Contented is the man who shall not walk in the counsel of the wrong, and shall not stand in the path of sinners, and shall not sit in the seat of scoffers. But his delight is in the Torah of Yahuwah, and he meditates in his Torah Yam and Leah. For he shall be as a tree planted by the rivers of water, that yields its fruit in its season, and whose leaf does not wither, and whatever he does prospers. The wrong are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind blows away. Therefore the wrong shall not rise in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For Yahuwah knows the way of the righteous, but the way of the wicked ones will perish." Isn't that an interesting psalm? Pretty interesting. We think it means, therefore, the wrong shall not rise in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. It's interesting, isn't it? So either they're not going to rise up and give a defense against, testimony of defense on Judgment Day, because they know they're guilty. Or does it mean that the wrong will not rise up for judgment? They'll just stay dead in the grave. Surely can't mean that. That would be contradictive. The wrong shall not rise. Go ahead, Steve.
Which one was that, Mark?
Psalms 1.
1.
So therefore the wrong shall not rise in the judgment. Does that mean that they're just going to be thrown directly into the lake of fire? Could this be talking about the ones during the millennium reign?
Check out Yochanan 5:28. I feel like that goes along with that.
Yochanan 5:28. So they said to him, "What should we do to work the works of Elohim?" Yahushua answered and said to them, "This is the work of Elohim, that you believe in him who he sent." So that they said to him, "What sign then should you do, so that we see and believe you? What would you do? Our fathers ate manna in the wilderness, as it has been written, he gave them bread out of the heaven to eat." Therefore Yahushua said to them, "True, true, I say to you, Moses did not give the bread out of the heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread out of the heaven."
No, it's Yochanan 5, verse 28 and 29, Mark.
Oh, am I on? Oh, I'm on 6. Sorry about that. All right, so 5:28 says, "Do not marvel at this, because the hour is coming in which all those in the tombs shall hear his voice and shall come forth, those who have done good to the resurrection of life, and those who have practiced evil things to a resurrection of judgment." Therefore, the wrong shall not rise in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous.
Yeah, but doesn't he say that the angels were put in chains for the day of judgment? So
Yeah.
apparently everybody's going to be judged somewhere in this white throne judgment.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. But I mean, what does this mean? What does that mean when it says that therefore the wrong shall not rise in the judgment? Does that mean rise up and give a defense for their, try to defend themselves, why they shouldn't be thrown in the lake of fire?
Well, that could be, Mark. I mean, if we're talking about the lawless, okay, there's the lawless who we know who are willing sinners. They're the angels that sinned against the Most High, and then those who bow down and worship Hasatan in this world, who are the lawless. And then there are the deceived, those who are deceived, who also do lawlessness too, but they're not the perpetrator. There's the lawless that are the guys at the top of the food chain that are deceiving all the rest of those who are living in sin and lawlessness through deception. They can't distinguish the truth between the lie anymore. That's been placed upon them to do that. So maybe that's kind of maybe being said metaphorically, where he says, no sinners in the assembly of the obedient. Okay, well, we know that it's at a certain point when we get to that white throne judgment, that there will be no sinners in the congregation of the obedient. It's going to be completely removed from existence. It will no longer exist.
Anybody else got any thoughts on it? Here you go, Yami. K-Sun says, he's calling you Rami, but I think he's meaning Yami. I could listen to you reading to relax and sleep. Much like your voice.
Hey, I brought that up with Margaret at Natsarim Life, that we needed to find somebody that had that kind of voice that could read the BYNV verse for verse,
I attest to this. She reads and I fall asleep.
Oh, I think her and Shelly would both have really good voices for doing that. Shelly's got that very soft voice, and your beautiful accent. That might be a good combination.
Yeah, I was noticing when Yami was singing that last song that Raul was starting to close his eyes over there.
Fading out.
Singing him to sleep. So funny.
We kind of have to stick to a chapter a night, because after that,
he's
I'm
out.
Oh, I think we lost Lou. Must be supper time.
Yeah, it's getting to be supper time down here in Texas too, Mark.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We've been
thought
on.
he was breaking another record today.
Yeah.
We could go for another record if y'all want to. We're only like 10 minutes away. Yeah, well, might as well at this point. Let me see what the record is here. Let's see now. The record is officially uh 6 hours and 12 minutes is the record. So we're at 5:54, so that'd be 6 and 12, 18 minutes. We could break a record. It's up to you.
Okay, so let's just get a small tangent going here.
Okay, I know what we could do. We could listen to Toria sing a song
for 12 minutes. Yeah, perfect.
12 minutes. Or we could listen to Kinsley read out of one of Lou's books for 12 minutes.
Toria could sing in the Gata de Vida. That'll make it.
Kinsley, yeah, Kinsley can choose and read us a chapter or two.
What's that?
That it'd be nice to listen to Kinsley read a chapter or two.
Yeah, Kinsley, you want to read a chapter or two out of one of Lou's books? Or sing us a song? Or sing Yahuwah a song, I should say.
Which one of Lou's books do you want me to read a chapter from?
Surprise us.
Okay.
We're going for a world record here. Everybody stay on if you want to be a part of the world record now. Only got a few minutes left.
This is the return of Yahusha.
Okay.
The beginning is near.
All right.
Love is the goal, Torah is the path to it. Accoutrements and rituals are signs along the path, and men are constantly meddling with them. You, Yehuda, your brothers praise you. Your hand is on the neck of your enemies. Your father's children bow down before you. Yehuda is a lion's cub. From the prey you have gone up, my son. He bowed down, he crouched like a lion, and like a lion, who does rouse him? The scepter shall not turn aside from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh comes, and to him is the obedience of the peoples. Binding his donkey to the vine and his donkey's colt to the choice vine, he washed his garments in wine and his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine and his teeth whiter than milk. Genesis, Bereshit 49, 9 through 12. The messenger who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the youths, and let my name be called upon them, and the name of my fathers, Abraham and Yitzchak, and let them increase to a multitude in the midst of the earth. And when Yusuf saw that his father laid his right hand on the head of Ephraim, it was evil in his eyes. And he took hold of his father's hand to remove it from the head of Ephraim to the head of Manasseh. And Yusuf said to his father, not so, my father, for this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head. But his father refused and said, I know, my son, I know. He also becomes a people, and he also is great. And yet his younger brother is greater than he, and his seed is to become the completeness of the nations. Genesis 48, 16 through 19. Alternate, and his descendants will become a group of nations. If we hear Yahusha's voice, we must obey him. Ephraim is now returning to Torah after 2,730 of captivity. The prodigal son is returning to Yahuwah's household.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Okay, so who wants to read Psalms 91? Can we get a
Didn't I
volunteer?
just read that one? Didn't I read that already?
No, you didn't read that. Want me to do eeny, meeny, miny, mo? Valerie, she's a school teacher. She can read to us. Don't you want to read to us, Valerie? Oh, she's going to.
What would you like me to read?
Psalms 90 or Psalms 91, either one.
Psalms 91. All right, 91.
Sure.
He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High, who abides under the shadow of the Almighty, he is saying of Yahuwah, my refuge and my stronghold, my Elohim, in whom I trust. For he delivers you from the snares of the trapper, from the destructive pestilence. He covers you with his feathers, and under his wings you take refuge. His truth is a shield and armor. You are not afraid of the dread by of the arrow that flies by Yom, of the pestilence that walks in darkness, of destruction, the ravages of Madai. 1,000 fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand, but it does not come near you. Only with your eyes you look on, and see the reward of the wrong ones, because you have made Yahuwah my refuge, the Most High, your dwelling place. No evil befalls you, and a plague does not come near your tent. For he commands his messengers concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They bear you up in their hands, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You tread upon lion and cobra, young lion and serpents. You trample underfoot, because he cleaves to me in love. Therefore I deliver him, I set him on high, because he has known my name. When he calls on me, I answer him. I am with him in distress. I deliver him and esteem him. With long life I satisfy him and show him my deliverance.
That's a good one. I've been looking for that.
Do I mute? Do I mute myself?
Yeah. Command D.
Great reading. You can understand it well. Pronunciation is good.
Thank you.
Mark, could I mention something? You're muted, Mark, if you're talking.
Oh, sorry about that. Does somebody want to read Psalms 90 now? Anybody? Raul? You want to read Psalms 90, man? Can't hear you.
Yahuwah, you have been our refuge in all generations. Before the mountains we were born, or you had brought forth the arret and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting. You are Al. You turn man back to dust and say, return, O children of men. For 1,000 years in your eyes are like yesterday that has passed. O like a watch in the Layla. You have swept them away. They are as a sleep, like grass that springs up in the morning. In the morning it flourishes and springs up, and in the evening it is cut down and withered. For we have been consumed by your displeasure, and by your wrath we are alarmed. You have set our crookedness before you, and secret in light of your face. For all our yeomen have passed away in your wrath. We spend our years like a whisper. The yeomen of our lives are 70 years, or if due to strength, 80 years. Yet the best of them is but toil and exertion, for it is soon cut off, and we fly away. We know who knows the power of your displeasure and your wrath according to the fear of you. Teach us to number our yomim, and let us bring the heart to wisdom. Return, O Yahuwah. How long? And be sorry for your servants. Satisfy us in the morning with your kindness, and let us sing for joy all our yomim. Give us joy according to the yomim you have afflicted us. The years we have seen evil. Reveal your work to your servants and to your splendor to their children. And let the pleasantness of Yahuwah our Elohim be upon us, and confirm the work of our hands for us. Confirm the work of our hands.
Well, that's a powerful one.
That's beautiful.
Okay, let me see. William. You want to read Malachi, brother?
Which one?
Malachi.
Malachi. Mira que vamos.
That's a good one.
Yes.
You can read the entire book if you want to. It's very short, or you can start at 3 and read 3 and 4. Read half the book. It's up to you.
Okay, let me get to it.
Take you about 20 minutes, and that'll put us into the world record. William, we'll ride the back of William into the world record book.
Let me find it.
Around page 910 or 908 or something.
No, I got the old one.
Well, that should be 910 then. Unless you want to read the whole thing.
In the old book? In the old 2 books.
Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't have that one.
277. Okay. 270. Yeah, 3 and 4 are really good. I'll do 3 and 4.
Okay.
Malachi 3, verse 1. See, I'm sending my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. Then suddenly Adonai, you are seeking, comes to his Hakal, or temple, even the messengers of the covenant in whom you delight. See, he is coming, said Yahuwah Sabaoth, and who is able to bear the yom of his coming, and who is able to stand when he appears. For he is like a fire of a refiner, and like the soap of a launderer, and he shall sit as a refiner and a cleanser of silver. And he shall cleanse the son of Levi and refine them as gold and silver, and they shall belong to Yahuwah, bringing near an offering in obedience. Then shall the offering of Yehuda and Jerusalem be pleasant to Yahuwah, as in the Yom of old, as in former years. And I shall draw near to you for lawfulness, and I shall be a swift witness against the practicers of witchcraft, and against adulterers, and against them that swear to the falsehood, and against those who oppress the wage earner in his wages, and widow and the fatherless, and those who turn away a traveler and do not fear me, said Yahuwah Sabaoth. For I am Yahuwah, I change not, and you, O sons of Jacob, shall not come to an end. From the days of your fathers, you have turned aside from my laws and did not guard them. Turn back to me, and I shall turn back to you, said Yahuwah Sabaoth. But you said, in what shall we turn back? What would a man rob Elohim? Yet you are robbing me. But you said, in what have we robbed you? In the tithe and the offerings? You have cursed me with a curse. For you are robbing me. This nation, all of it. Bring all the tithes into the storehouse, and let there be food in my house. And please examine me in this, said Yahuwah Sabaoth, whether I do not open for you the windows of the Shamayim and pour out for you boundless blessings. And I shall rebuke the devourer for you, so that it does not destroy the fruit of your ground, nor does the vine fail to bear the fruit for you in the field, says Yahuwah Sabaoth. And all the Goyim shall call you blessed, for you shall be a land of delight, says Yahuwah Sabaoth. Your words have been harsh against me, said Yahuwah, but you have said, what have we spoken against you? You have said, it is worthless to serve Elohim. And what did we gain when we guarded his charge and when we walked as mourners before Yahuwah Sabaoth? And now we are calling the proud blessed. Not only are the doers of lawlessness built up, but they also test Elohim and escape. Then shall those who fear Yahuwah speak to one another, and Yahuwah listen and hear, and a book of remembrance be written before him of those who fear Yahuwah and those who think upon his name, and they shall be mine, says Yahuwah Sabaoth, on the day that I prepare a treasured possession, and I shall spare them as a man spares his own son who serves him. Then you shall again see the difference between the obedient and the lawless, but the one who serves Elohim and the one who does not serve him. Malachi 4, verse 1. For look, the day shall come, burning like a furnace, and all the proud and every lawless one shall be stubble. And the Yom that shall come, burn them up, says Yahuwah Sabaoth, which leaves to them neither root nor branch. But to you who fear my name, the servant of obedience shall arise with healing in his wings, and you shall go out and leap for joy like calves from the stall. And you shall trample the lawless ones, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. And on the Yom that I do this, says Yahuwah Sabaoth, remember the Torah of Moshe, my servant, which I commanded him in Koreb for all Yisrael, laws and directives. See, I am sending you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and awesome Yom of Yahuwah, and he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the Eretz with utter destruction. That's a really good chapter right there.
Wow, huh? Yeah, man. Turning the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to the fathers, lest I come and smite the Eretz with utter destruction. What do you think that's all about?
Well, that's about the remnant that he saves. That's a picture of the remnant that he saves in that. Okay, lest I smite the Eretz with utter destruction. He said that if he did not shorten the days, that no human flesh would survive, right?
Yeah.
Another part of that from the old King Jimmy that really caught my eye when I was going to the circus was verse number 2. But to you who fear my name, the servant of obedience shall arise with healing in his wings. Does anybody remember what the King Jimmy says in that? What they put in there? That deception that they put in there?
The Son of Righteousness?
S-U-N, not the S-O-N of righteousness, the S-U-N of righteousness. That if you got an old book of scripture, look that up in Malachi 4. It's right in your face. But everybody, I mean, I don't know how many times I heard that read in the circus. And then the first time I ever heard it, it literally clicked right at that moment. Wait a second. They literally put S-U-N in there. You know, that's how the deceptions crept in. That's just one of them that we can recognize outside of the other 6,823 times that they changed his name.
Yeah, that's it's interesting that they have S-U-N in there.
Yeah, I don't think that was just a typo. Not knowing who we know put together the Latin Vulgate, and then how it moved through history, with Latin. The King Jimmy and stuff. They just continued on that tradition. Right. One of the things that I thought was kind of interesting in the chapter that we were reading in Colossians number 1, when we were in verse 15, who is the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation, because through him were created all that are in the Shamayim and that are on the Eretz, visible and invisible, whether thrones or rulerships or principalities or authorities, all have been created through him and for him. And he is before all, and in him all together. And he is the head of the body, the assembly, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that he might become the one who is first in all, because in him all the fullness was well pleased to dwell. Now, the curious thing about that is if you go back and you look at that, he says all 7 times. Okay. That's by no coincidence. And then he puts the cherry on top of that when he finishes that out in verse 20, and he says, and through him to completely restore to favor all to himself. That's an amazing picture of reconciliation and restoration.
And it also points to Yahuwah, the singular.
Absolutely.
You know, so what it is doing is talking about the firstborn of all creation.
Yep.
And so with reading that, you can only come up to one conclusion, that the firstborn of creation is the creator.
Hey, Cato, did you just find that? Pretty in your face, right? Just that little slip, and we go right over the top and keep on going.
The ESV has it not capitalized, but they send you on a wild goose chase. They send you over to a psalm that says Yahuwah is your sun and shield, and then they send that over to Isaiah 60. The sun shall be no more your light by day, nor for brightness shall the moon give you light. So they kind of like try to justify it through their own scripture, but it's not working. Like, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I've listened to some commentaries about that, you know, to try to find, you know, the answer in the rabbit hole. And I'm like, I'm just not buying that. I'm not buying that.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, goodness. Thanks for showing that to me, or us, to everyone.
Yeah, everyone. Absolutely, man. That's what we do over here. Mark, world record, buddy. Get up, pop the champagne. Let's get it on.
Yay! World record! Woohoo! Yeah. I'll show you something interesting here on that Son of Righteousness thing. If I can share screen this, since we're on that topic. I was looking in that a few years back. I don't remember a whole lot, but I see now. I don't know if I can screen save this or not. Yeah, there it is. All right, look at this. The winged sun disk. So they're saying that Malachi refers to the Son of Righteousness here as a winged sun disk. You see on there, look, you can see the name of Yahuwah on the top left. But see, the sun has wings on it, man. See the sun? You see those? See these this lines right here on the bottom? Oh, it just changed on me. You see the lines coming off of the circle? That's a sun beam. See what I'm saying? So they got the sun, the circle there with the wings coming off of it. And right up to the left, up there is Yahuwah's name. I'm not sure what the rest of it says there. Maybe it says Son of Righteousness. I don't know. But isn't that weird? And this is an ancient, something they found, you know, is in a dig, an ancient coin. So does it really go back that far? I mean, this looks very old.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Babylon?
Yeah, maybe back to Babylon, possibly. Here's Lou's book right here. The Son of Righteousness, Mystery Solved. So he's got a book there about it. And this is just a video. Maybe that's just a video because I don't recognize him as having that book. That's probably just a video of Lou's Son of Righteousness, Mystery Solved there. You see that? So you just go to his channel and type that in the search bar, and it'd bring it up for you if you wanted to watch that video. So, and there's a bunch of other stuff here, but I just thought that coin was interesting, man. Y'all seeing it? The sun with a winged sun disk on that old coin. Pretty wild, huh? So there's a lot of controversy around that, but we know that that's a slip in the translation from some copyists put that in there for some reason. I don't know what they were trying to prove, but this Hebrew coin kind of throws a curveball at you because it's you can tell it's written in Paleo Hebrew. It has a sun with the wings off of it, and then the sunburst, coming down at the bottom. Pretty weird. It's about a 2 minute video. Interesting, huh? Son of righteousness, rise with healing in his wings. That weird? It's almost like somebody that's whoever made that coin was a sun worshiper, man. Maybe.
That's the point. That's the point. Because if you look at the BYNV and what Lou's done with that, it's the servant of obedience.
Yeah, servant of obedience.
That's who the son was. Yeah.
Which makes more sense, of course. I mean, sun's like way out there somewhere, man. I don't even fit.
Well, a lot of people might want to kind of like brush that off. I think probably one of the most influential ways that the adversary can deceive people is by corrupting the word itself, perhaps. Putting contradiction to it.
Well, I'd say the devil's behind it.
Oh, yeah.
Since he uses the sun as his light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
To attract people. All right, so we're world record material here, guys. We broke the record. Yay. This is going to be a hard one to break, so this one will probably stand for a while. But records are made to break, so they never know. Okay, anybody else now? Any more last songs, comments, questions, dances, poems, scripture reading, psalms, anything at all? Going once, going twice. Sold to the highest bidder. All right, guys, we're off of here, man. William, would you like to take us out with the priestly blessing, sir?
Sure. Hey, Larry, what's going on, brother? I see you coming here a little bit late, man, but good to have you here. I don't know how long you've been here. Always a pleasure. Okay. Yahuwah, bless you and guard you. Yahuwah, make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah, lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Love you guys. Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba
Bashem
Bashem
Yahuwah.
See y'all
Love you
next
guys.
week.
Thank you.
Bye.
Baruch Mishpachah. Love you all.
Bye, Toria. Bye, sis.
Love you all. Shabbat